Ladies and gentlemen, online welcome. We are going live for the third Safer Gambling Conference. The National Betting Authority is organizing the Safer Gambling Week for the third consecutive year. And today, 5th of October, with this conference, we are launching the Safer Gambling Week. This year, the week has a new name, introducing a new philosophy regarding the meaning of safe participation in betting and gambling. The focus on safer gambling promotes a new understanding of the responsibility of the state and gambling operators and providers to enhance a player's protection mechanisms. The conference aims to inform and inspire participants through presentations by distinguished professionals and various stakeholders who will discuss and exchange opinions regarding betting, gambling, and safer gambling practices. Now, let me inform you that you can download the agenda from the platform, and there are clickable widgets directing to the relevant websites. You will also have the opportunity to submit your questions anonymously to the speakers throughout the event. You can do so by typing in your question in the Q&A window before clicking Submit. Now, let us move on to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Constantinos Petrides, for his welcome address.
Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω την Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων για την πρόσκληση να απευθύνω χαιρετισμό στο τρίτο συνέδριο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Είναι ιδιαίτερα σημαντικό συνέδριο, αφού φιλοδοξεί να αναδείξει τη σημασία της ασφαλούς ενασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ο τομέας της νόμιμης στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας αποτελεί αναμφίβολα μια μεγάλη οικονομική δραστηριότητα, μια μεγάλη βιομηχανία σε όλο τον αναπτυγμένο κόσμο και στην Ευρώπη. Είναι ένας τομέας στον οποίο δεν θα μπορούσε να μείνει πίσω και η Κύπρος ως ευρωπαϊκό κράτος. Είναι γι' αυτό που τα τελευταία χρόνια ο τομέας αυτός γνώρισε μια αξιοσημείωτη ανάπτυξη. Προτεραιότητα και αναγκαιότητα για την υγιή ανάπτυξη του τομέα αποτελούσε και αποτελεί η αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση και εποπτεία του, η οποία θα γίνει καταλήτης ή είναι καταλήτης, ούτως ώστε να μπορεί ο τομέας να επιφέρει πολλαπλασιαστικά ωφέλη. Ωφέλη σε θέσεις εργασίας, ωφέλη στους εργαζόμενους, ωφέλη στους παίχτες, αλλά και ωφέλη και στο κοινωνικό σύνολο. Είναι ένας τομέας που επιφέρει επίσης αρκετά έσοδα και στο κράτος. Έσοδα τα οποία μπορούν να χρησιμοποιηθούν για τη χάραξη και εφαρμογή ευρύτερων και κοινωνικά υποφελών πολιτικών. Είναι σε αυτό το πλαίσιο που είναι απολύτως καθοριστική, αλλά και καταλυτική, η συμβολή του βασικού εταίρου της κυβέρνησης στον τομέα της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων. Είναι έντονη η πεποίθησή μας ότι το ζητούμενο δεν είναι οι καθολικές απαγορεύσεις, που στην πραγματικότητα ανοίγουν ένα παράθυρο στην παρανομία, ανοίγουν ένα παράθυρο στην υπόγεια οικονομική δραστηριότητα, η οποία επιφέρει άλλωστε και τεράστια αρνητικές κοινωνικές επιπτώσεις. Το ζητούμενο είναι αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση και εποπτεία, και αυτή θέτουμε μαζί με την Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων ως αδιαπραγμάτευτη αρχή, περιλαμβανομένης και της περαιτέρω ανάπτυξης του τομέα. Προτεραιότητα μας αποτελεί η αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση της αγοράς και η λειτουργία της σε πλαίσια νομιμότητας, προστατεύοντας τις ευάλωτες ομάδες του πληθυσμού και ενσωματώνοντας σημαντικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής και εταιρικής ευθύνης. Πολιτικές που δημιουργούν αξία για την κυπριακή οικονομία και αφορούν την πρόληψη της προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια γενικότερα. Αυτή είναι η κοινή μας συνισταμένη με την Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Μακριά από δογματισμούς, αλλά και μακριά από αντιλήψεις που οδηγούν στα αντίθετα από τα επιδιωκόμενα αποτελέσματα. Είναι ακριβώς με αυτό το φακό που η κυβέρνηση έκρινε επιβεβλημένη και την αδειοδότηση της λειτουργίας ενός ολοκληρωμένου καζίνο θερέτρου, πλήρως εποπτευόμενου, και προς αυτό δημιούργησε και την Εθνική Αρχή Παιγνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνου. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η πανδημία του COVID-19 φυσικά δεν θα μπορούσε να αφήσει ανεπηρέαστη την Κύπρο, ούτε θα μπορούσε να αφήσει ανεπηρέαστο τον τομέα της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας. Τα ευρύτερα σχέδια της κυβέρνησης για στήριξη των επιχειρήσεων και των εργαζομένων στήριξαν και τον τομέα. Είναι σχέδια τα οποία βοήθησαν στον μετριασμό, στο μεγαλύτερο δυνατό, των επιπτώσεων της πανδημίας. Παράλληλα όμως, αξιοσημείωτη είναι και η πρωτοβουλία που ανέλαβε η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων να ετοιμάσει τροποποιητικό νομοσχέδιο με στόχο την στήριξη των εποπτευομένων της, ούτως ώστε να μπορούν να αντιμετωπίζουν τα σημαντικά ζητήματα ρευστότητας τα οποία προέκυψαν. Διαβεβαιώνουμε ότι η κυβέρνηση το επόμενο διάστημα θα σταθεί αρρωγός στις προσπάθειες της αρχής για περαιτέρω εξυγχρονισμό και την περαιτέρω αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση του τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Τελειώνοντας, θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ ξανά θερμά την Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, τόσο για τη διοργάνωση αυτού του συνεδρίου που δημιουργεί σημαντική αξία στις προσπάθειες για καλλιέργεια κουλτούρας ασφαλούς παιχνιδίου και την πρόληψη της προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, όσο και την άψογη και αγαστή συνεργασία με την κυβέρνηση. Εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου. Ευχαριστώ.
Let me thank the Minister, Mr. Constantinos Petrides, and may I remind you that you can download the agenda from the platform and that there are clickable widgets directing to the relevant website. You will also have the opportunity to submit your questions anonymously to the speakers throughout the event. You can do so by typing in your questions in the Q&A window before clicking submit. And let me just quickly go through the agenda. We will have the welcome address in a little while by Ms. Ioanna Fiakkou. Then we'll move on to our first subject, which is current trends and developments in RGSG practices, regulators' view. Then we'll be moving on to a speech by Mr. Michael Auer about gambling participation before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we'll have a session about the pandemic COVID-19 effects on responsible participation in gambling, chaired by Christina Christoforou. C2 Responsible Gaming Program. This will be a presentation by Penelope Georgiou, she's the Regulatory Compliance Manager at Melco Resorts and Entertainment. We'll move on to a short break. AI, machine learning and new technologies. This will be a session chaired by Mr. Menelaos Menelau. He is the Executive Director at the Youth Board of Cyprus. Behavioural insights and safer gambling. This will be a presentation by Mr. Simon McNair. Product design and safer gambling, a speech and presentation by Jonathan Park. Then we'll move on to a session about responsible marketing, advertising and safe game design, chaired by Jörg Hoffmann. A presentation basically by Georgia Panayotou, Emotions and Their Regulation in Gambling, Gambling Disorder and Domestic Violence, something extremely important to be discussed with Andrea Andronikou. She's Scientific Director, Association for the Prevention and Handling of Family Violence. Youth Gambling, a review on the data and research on adolescent gambling by Mark Potenza. Youth and Safer Gambling Practices with Prodromos Alambridis, and Loot Boxes and Beyond, the Convergence of Video Games and Gambling by David Zendler. And then we'll be having our closing remarks. Of course, now let me welcome online Ms. Ioanna Fiakkou, Chairwoman of the National Betting Authority of Cyprus, for her welcome address. Ms. Fiakkou, the digital floor is yours.
Αξιότιμη κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρίες και κύριοι, με ιδιαίτερη ικανοποίηση σας καλωσορίζω στο τρίτο συνέδριο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, μέσω του οποίου πραγματοποιείται η έναρξη της εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Σκοπός του συνεδρίου είναι αφενός η παρουσίαση επιστημονικών ερευνών και των θέσεων των εμπλεκομένων μερών για το τι μέλη γενέστε στον κλάδο των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, έτσι ώστε η αγορά να παραμείνει βιώσιμη, και αφετέρου η ανταλλαγή θέσεων και απόψεων για την ενίσχυση του ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, ούτως ώστε να πάμε την ασφάλεια ένα βήμα παραπέρα. Κυρίες και κύριοι, τα τελευταία χρόνια καταβλήθηκε σημαντική προσπάθεια για την αναβάθμιση του κλάδου των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Στόχος ήταν και παραμένει η αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση της αγοράς, η διασφάλιση της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης της, η δημιουργία μηχανισμών για την ελαχιστοποίηση των κινδύνων που ελοχεύει η παράνομη αγορά, οι βάσεις για την ενσωμάτωση των συνεχών εξελίξεων με απότερο σκοπό τη δημιουργία ασφαλούς περιβάλλοντος για το ευρύτερο κοινό. Αποτέλεσμα αυτού, ο κλάδος να γνωρίζει σημαντική ανάπτυξη. Με την καθοριστική συμβολή της αρχής εξελίχθηκε σε πυλώνα οικονομικής ανάπτυξης, αφού η συμβολή στο ΑΕΠ κατά το 2019 αντιστοιχούσε στο 3,5% σε σχέση με 0,99% το 2016. Παράλληλα, η ρύθμιση του καζίνο, η ρύθμιση των τυχερών παιχνιδιών παρεχόμενα από τον ΟΠΑΠ, το νομοσχέδιο για τη ρύθμιση της τόμπολας, η έναρξη της διαβούλευσης για περαιτέρω ενίσχυση και ρύθμιση της αγοράς στοιχήματος ενισχύουν ακόμη περισσότερο το ΑΕΠ της χώρας και ο κλάδος των τυχερών παιχνιδιών γίνεται ένας σημαντικός εταίρος της κυβέρνησης. Τα δεδομένα του 2020 προδιαγράφονταν ευίωνα. Παρ' όλα αυτά, τα εκτιμόμενα δεδομένα του 2020 προδιαγράφονταν ευίωνα. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η πανδημία του κορονοϊού συντάραξε την παγκόσμια οικονομία και σταθερότητα, όπως επίσης και την κοινωνική ισορροπία, χωρίς να αφήνει ανεπηρέαστη και την Κύπρο. Συνεπώς, είναι αδύρυτη ανάγκη η περαιτέρω ενίσχυση κατάλληλων προϋποθέσεων για την επιτάχυνση της τεχνολογικής ανάπτυξης του κλάδου, τόσο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη και το ανταγωνιστικό πλεονέκτημα των εταιριών, όσο και για τη χρήση της στην πρόληψη των προβληματικών συμπεριφορών. Σημείο το οποίο θα αναπτυχθεί εντελεχώς κατά τη διάρκεια του συνεδρίου και θα εμβαθύνει κατά τη διάρκεια της εβδομάδας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, φέτος, ακολουθώντας τις διεθνείς βέλτιστες πρακτικές και τις εισηγήσεις της επιστημονικής κοινότητας, προχωρήσαμε στη μετάβαση από το υπεύθυνο παιχνίδι στο ασφαλές παιχνίδι. Η εστίαση στο ασφαλές παιχνίδι προάγει μια νέα αντίληψη όσον αφορά την ευθύνη της πολιτείας και των παρόχων τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Το υπεύθυνο παιχνίδι ως φράση υποδηλώνει ότι ο παίχτης είναι κατά κύριο λόγο υπεύθυνος για την προστασία του εαυτού του. Η επικρατούσα αυτή αντίληψη, αν και μερικώς ορθή, έπρεπε να τύχει αναθεώρησης και διεύρυνσης. Με τη φράση ασφαλές παιχνίδι, τονίζεται ότι πέραν της ατομικής ευθύνης, υπάρχει σαφής ευθύνη τόσο στην πολιτεία και τα όργανα της, όσο και στους πάροχους τυχερών παιχνιδιών, αλλά και όλων των εμπλεκόμενων μερών στον κλάδο. Σε αυτό το σημείο είναι που καλούμε όλα τα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη για περαιτέρω συνεργασία. Κυρίες και κύριοι, δράττοντας την ευκαιρία, θα ήθελα να αναφερθώ εντάχει στα όσα η αρχή είναι στη διαδικασία υλοποίησης, όσο και για τα όσα προγραμματίζει να υλοποιήσει τους επόμενους μήνες. Στους επόμενους μήνες προγραμματίζουμε να επαναλάβουμε την έρευνα για την καταγραφή του προφίλ των παιχτών, ώστε να δούμε οι ενέργειες οι οποίες έχουν ληφθεί τα τελευταία χρόνια, τι αντίκτυπο έχουν στην κοινωνία. Η εφαρμογή των κανονισμών προστασίας των παιχτών, νεαρών ατόμων και ευάλωτων ομάδων, όπου μέσα από αυτόν οι εταιρείες θα καλεστούν να εφαρμόσουν αποτελεσματικότερες μεθόδους προστασίας. Τη δημιουργία του Safer Gambling Center. Ο σκοπός είναι μέσα από το κέντρο να παρέχεται περισσότερη ενημέρωση, περισσότερη στήριξη, περισσότερη έρευνα, ώστε να καταγραφούν περισσότερα δεδομένα και να βρεθούν αποτελεσματικές μεθόδους, ώστε να μιλάμε σε λίγα χρόνια για την ελαχιστοποίηση της αρνητικής, της προβληματικής συμπεριφοράς. Καθώς επίσης, αρχές του 2021, προτιθέμαστε να εφαρμόσουμε το πρότυπο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, όπου οι εταιρείες θα καλούνται να πιστοποιηθούν. Πολλές άλλες ενέργειες είναι στη διαδικασία εξέλιξης, οι οποίες και σε επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα θα έρθουν να εφαρμοστούν. Είναι σημαντικό σε αυτό το σημείο να αναφερθούμε και στην αναγκαιότητα η οποία υπάρχει και πρέπει να αναβαθμιστεί σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο η συνεργασία μεταξύ των κρατών μελών, όπου να καταγραφεί η βάση των προτύπων, ούτως ώστε να ελαχιστοποιείται το κόστος εναρμόνισης των εταιριών σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο, καθώς επίσης να είναι και σε μια ευέλικτη βάση, όπου να μπορούν να λαμβάνονται υπόψη τα κοινωνικά δεδομένα της εκάστοτε χώρας. Αυτό το θέμα θεωρώ ότι θα συζητηθεί και στο πάνελ όπου θα έχουμε τις ρυθμιστικές αρχές, όπως τη Μάλτα και την Ελλάδα. Επιπρόσθετα, είναι σημαντικό να αναφερθεί ότι οι στρατηγικές επιδιώξεις της αρχής και της κυβέρνησης για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του κλάδου και συνεπώς την προστασία του κοινωνικού συνόλου δεν θα ήταν εφικτό να υλοποιηθούν χωρίς τη συμβολή των ίδιων των εταιριών και των εμπλεκόμενων μερών. Γι' αυτό θεωρώ με αδύρυτη ανάγκη, επαναλαμβάνω, τη συμμετοχή όλων των εμπλεκόμενων μερών ούτως ώστε ο καθένας από τη δική του πλευρά να μπορεί να συμβάλλει στην ουσιαστική μείωση του φαινομένου και να δημιουργηθεί ακόμη ένα ασφαλέστερο περιβάλλον. Αγαπητοί συνέδροι, η αλληλεπίδραση και η ανταλλαγή απόψεων είναι και αναγκαία, αλλά και κατάλληλη για την υλοποίηση των στόχων που δεν είναι άλλοι από την ευημερία και την πρόοδο του κλάδου αλλά και της κοινωνίας. Εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου και ευελπιστώ ότι θα παραχθούν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα τα οποία θα αξιοποιηθούν σε μεταγενέστερο στάδιο. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you, Ms. Fiakkou. Thank you very much. Current trends and developments in RGSG practices, regulators' view, is the topic of our first panel discussion. Jörg Hoffmann, partner at Melcher's law firm Heidelberg, Germany, will be the moderator of the panel. Let me welcome Mr. Hoffmann.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning all together. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Very well. Could you please turn your volume down because we can hear the echo coming through? Thank you. The audience volume, not yours, so we can hear you but not hear the feedback.
So it should be better now.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, again, good morning. I have the pleasure to introduce you to my fellow panelists at first. Ladies first, from Cyprus, I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Marina Yannikori, who is Head of Responsible Gaming at the National Gaming and Casino Supervision Commission of Cyprus. Then followed by Mrs. Yannika Sand. Yannika is the Head of International Affairs and Policy of the MGA, the Maltese Gaming Authority. Then we're proud to welcome Mr. Eric Sjorden. Dr. Eric Sjorden is the Advisor for European and International Affairs of the ANJ, the National Gambling Authority in France. And then I'm happy to welcome Mr. Spiros Tsakonitis, who is Senior Legal Advisor at the National Betting Authority in Cyprus. And finally, and this is most challenging, and I can tell you I went to my favorite Greek restaurant last night to learn about the pronunciation, which is Mr. Evangelos Karagrigori from the Hellenic Gaming Commission. He's the chairman from Greece. Very welcome to all of you. We will be discussing responsible gaming issues, new forms of treatment, new forms of regulation. I hope that you can still hear me because sometimes my transmission seems to be interrupted. But if you do, I would like to start with Marina Yannikori and just learn a little bit about the land-based gambling industry. So what's your point, Marina? How does the Gambling and Casino Supervision Commission, as the regulator of land-based casinos in Cyprus, ensure that the operator will have effective, responsible gaming practices?
Well, thank you, Jörg, for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for having us here today. Under the law and its license terms, the operator must have a responsible gambling program in place, which has to be approved by the Commission. In our initial evaluation of the operator's responsible gambling program, we look for evidence of risk assessment and management of all those components related to problem gambling to ensure early prevention and harm minimization. Some of these components are concerned with the procedures and guidelines that the casino follows to identify high-risk customers, the availability and communication of information regarding advice and support provided to potential problem gamblers and maybe referrals to treatment, the training and refresher courses provided by the casino to its staff to establish and maintain a responsible gambling environment in its premises, details about the available self-protection measures and how they actually function in practice, and these measures are currently self-exclusions, limit setting, timeouts, Details about the who and in what way is responsible for the efficient implementation of the responsible gambling program in each licensed casino, and how and what data is collected and analyzed to proactively identify high-risk customers and engage with them before they develop any problem gambling. The responsible gambling program obviously contains a lot more information. This is just to give you an indication of the sort of information that we look for before we evaluate and we approve of this program. And I think it's also worth mentioning that the monitoring and assessment of the operator's responsible gambling program is based on our very own regulatory risk framework to ensure compliance and effectiveness in all risk areas in casino gambling in Cyprus.
Thank you very much, Marina. Land-based casino industry is where it all begins. From land-based, it's a long way to the online sphere, but it's very important to cross that border. And so far, I'm happy to move to Eric Söden. Eric, your authority, the ANG, is kind of a new authority which covers land-based industry and online gaming in France. You will find a few seconds to explain us a bit further what ANG stands for, but also I'm keen to learn if this new authority has some new regulation tools in place supporting and promoting responsible gaming. Eric, please.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. I want to thank the National Betting Authority for inviting the ANG to discuss with all of you. Yes, we have a new gambling authority in France called the ANG, Autorité Nationale des Jeux, French National Gambling Authority. It's not an enlarged RGL, it's not it's kind of a continuation of RGL. It's a new project because now in France, the ANG regulates online and offline gambling. For that, the ANG obtains significant new regulation tools. We are working on the creation of a reference framework on the prevention of gambling and on the prevention of gambling addiction and the protection of minors. Also regarding advertising, the ANG has a new power to withdraw advertisements. The ANG approves the gambling offer of operators under exclusive rights, and the ANG analyzes the promotional strategies of all gambling operators, not only online gambling, but also offline gambling operators. Last but not least, the ANG will very soon obtain the management of the banned players register. This register was formerly managed by the Ministry of Interior in France. So that's for the regulation tools. I can go further in precision, but I think
I think for a generic overview, that's just perfect. Thank you very much. I know that something's new in Greece. There's new regulation, new application system. Evangelos, perhaps you can tell us if there's anything linked with new application in your new application proceeding and your new regulation regarding responsible matters, responsible gaming matters, a new approach probably. You told me in advance there is a holistic approach. Let us know more, please.
Yes, good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to say many congratulations to the Cyprus National Betting Authority for inviting us to this very interesting conference. The Greek Gaming Commission is responsible for the regulation, supervision and control of all gambling activities that take place in our jurisdiction. So the last 4 years we managed to establish a complete, sound and balanced regulatory framework. Of course, responsible gaming is one of the cornerstones of our policy. Consistency, to be systematic, it's very crucial for us. So this goes back not only online, but in land-based 4 years ago. So we implement a very strict policy for the marketing of operators. In this direction, the implementation of the various marketing plans lies upon our approval before the operators which required on the basis of the provision of horizontal regulation in order the operators to implement them. Also in the land-based, we have adopted for years before a modern but strict framework for player protection on the land-based VLTs. With player card, combination of fixed restrictions and self-imposed limits. But from August, also 2020, we are very proud because we have now a new, complete and sound framework for online gaming that is also very systematic and consistent. Again, with combinations of fixed restrictions and self-imposed limits, but also some other provisions that, of course, we try to collect from other countries, but also from these discussions that we have as regulators and exchange information. Our philosophy is that we don't want to innovate, but to combine measures that are very efficient and was very efficient in other countries. And pretty soon, of course, we have in mind to establish a central register of self-excluded players for all game providers. However, I would like to add some things that are, my opinion, are the main difficulties, but maybe at the second round of the discussion, I would like to share with you what's the main difficulties that I think a regulator has in order to have an optimal solution every time. So if we have time, again, I can share with you what's my point of view of these difficulties for responsible gaming.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. We will definitely stick with the collaboration of regulators on a cross-border basis at the end of our discussion. I'd like now to move to Spyrus. This is, I think, it's a very important point. If regulators try to collect do's and don'ts, meaning good experiences, bad experiences, and then compile the best possible regulation. This means, of course, sort of a dialogue. But if you do this view cross-border wise across the European Union, I think it always comes to the question of harmonization, maybe we can call it synchronization of regulation in terms of protecting gamblers, protecting players. What's your view on this, Spyrus, please?
Thank you. First of all, good morning and welcome. The harmonization of regulation is, of course, nothing new for the European Union. And one may even suggest that it is inevitable for even our industry to experience it as well. However, emphasis should be placed on what exactly we mean by it and what we honestly wish to achieve in the long run. Are we talking about a preamble to the creation of an EU regulator, as the EGBA suggested back in 2011? Does that mean that we have to move eventually towards some kind of passporting between member states? Or should we go towards the road of a targeted harmonization on specific topics such as consumer protection, AML, or advertising? When considering the aforementioned options, we believe that instead of publishing an EU directive with de minimis conditions, there may be more value in creating common standardization throughout the member states, something more akin to the ISO standards, as mentioned before by the Chairwoman of the NBA. These standards may address interconnectivity issues revolving self-exclusion schemes and player activity monitoring, which will in turn be beneficial for both inexperienced regulators as well as smaller operators wishing to expand their services to other member states. Also, this could serve as a building block towards a pan-European self-exclusion scheme. However, matters such as responsible gaming may prove to be more difficult to harmonize at an EU level. We believe that this will require a mechanism which will enable regulators to react directly to fast-pacing technology. And there must be a mechanism which will guarantee consensus on polarizing matters, such as culturally different countries with different approaches and different experiences. We're also fearful that over-regulating may stifle innovation and create friction to the player experience. these are elements that may turn players towards an illegal market. Having said this, however, I should note that we believe that cross-border cooperation between like-minded regulators could prove to be enough in order to leverage and push innovative regulation, especially for small jurisdictions like Cyprus.
I think that's an interesting approach. If I understand you correctly, you're suggesting the first step into the direction of, I would call it synchronization, or doing things together or doing them equally, might be at the technical side, and also sharing databases in terms of player protection, which could then form part of a big group of states, of jurisdictions across Europe or wherever. So that's a very interesting point. Yannicka, what do you think? Malta has a long experience with online gaming, of course, and I can't count the occasions when you and I met at so many different conferences with regulators, with the industry, worldwide, where the Maltese regulators were exchanging experiences, absorbing experiences. So you developed a lot of things, and you always found out that talking to colleagues, talking to other regulators is the best way to improve your own business. So if we cannot expect a directive, the EU directive for harmonization, what would you think is your best experience? And looking forward, how could we improve the cooperation of regulators across the European Union?
Thank you, Jörg. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for the invitation. It's a pity that we couldn't actually meet in Cyprus, but this will have to do for now. So as my colleague said right before me, it's probably given the cross-border nature of the industry and how dynamic it actually is, having some sort of harmonization is the best way forward probably for operators and for regulators. Having said that, as you very well said, in the absence of an EU directives, we probably have to do that ourselves. And what do I mean by this? It is unrealistic and frankly unfair to expect operators to self-regulate and to cooperate if the regulators aren't doing so themselves. And in this light, that is exactly what we do on a continuous basis. It has become more difficult with the COVID situation and the pandemic and the fact that we cannot actually travel and meet each other, especially because we're on an island, and therefore we have to catch planes, and for a while airports were closed. So it's become more difficult, but in any case, we live in a digital society. So we believe in the importance of collaboration among regulators. We are members of GREF, members of IAGR, and we really encourage regulators to form part of these groups, because it is in these groups today that we sit down together, we try and establish common standards, we try and establish technical requirements, we try and establish reporting requirements. Unfortunately, we have lost our platform with the EU Commission, because it is no longer, it would apparently seem that it is no longer on the Commission's agenda to host the expert group among gambling regulators, which we continue to say is a huge pity, because we believe that there is room for the Commission at that table. But in any case, at least we should be doing it ourselves. And as I said, it is not realistic to expect operators to do it if we aren't doing it either. So that is, we are at that table. We are ready to discuss requirements. We are ready to discuss commonalities between us. The truth is that all regulators have the same objectives of keeping gambling free from crime and of protecting players. So I am sure that we can find common ground on that front.
And what's the forum for regulators to meet and to develop these things? Is these meetings with GREF or with the International Association of Gaming Regulators, or are there other occasions where you try to bring this forward?
We also have a lot of bilaterals between regulators. We release these numbers annually, but we actually get lots and lots of cooperation requests from other authorities, and we send out a few. The intention is to share best practices, to learn from each other, and also to cooperate with regards to certain operators, to cooperate with regards to what we expect from operators and in terms of licensing and in terms of compliance. So I would say that those two platforms, Graph and IAGR, as well as bilaterals, are where we do most of the work. And then, of course, whenever we get the opportunity to meet, which normally in normal circumstances we get to meet very often.
Right. If it was you telling us when your country drafted and developed new regulation, you were looking across the border and see what others do and compiling best practices. Did you have these talks with regulator, exchange of knowledge, or would you just review regulation? And then that is the first question. And then secondly, you also did some, let's call it kind of in-house search in your country by conducting a very interesting review most recently. Perhaps you can give us an idea on those.
The question is for me?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes.
First one was when putting the new regulation together, you said earlier that you were reviewing best practices or the experiences from other jurisdictions, taking that into consideration, which I think is very important. And then you informed me, if I'm recalling this correctly, that you did an interesting survey in Greece with respect to responsible gaming.
So the idea is that we want to collect best practice around Europe, but around the globe, to participate in every active discussion about the issue. We exchange information, we're trying to use the best practices. However, I'd like to add to you some difficulties that we have during this policy setting, because this topic is always multivariant and demanding, because balance is sought in many objectives that may be opposing, such as protecting players and vulnerable groups, but also the proper function of the market, in order not to jeopardize the innovative and dynamic nature of the market. To have equal and proportional treatment, of course, between the different segments of the market, with the intention to avoid two or multi-speed situations. But even if this is needed, in particular circumstances, and differentiation is required, then the policy choice to be justified. Of course, you need to have channeling of illegal and unregulated play activity to legal license of providers. So every provision that you make, you have to have this on the back of your mind, not to put players and move players to the illegal market. Of course, to ensure the state's revenue and keep gaming as a recreational activity without overregulation that will end up to disturb the player. Of course, you have the difficulty that not every player is the same with the other. Players are a massive population. We know that in Greece, the vast majority of the population favors the role of the state in the gambling market in Greece. 8 out of 10 citizens want the state to have a regulatory role and a very active role in the gambling market in terms of regulation. We did a survey in order to have this answer. 3,000 adult persons were questioned some months before. However, in the case of players that are playing very oftenly, this view is reversed, and the majority of these players do not want the state to have an active role. Thus, it seems that the restrictive approach may be fully accepted by some players, and at the same time perceived as an unaccepted interference of their freedom of choice by others. So we have this difficulty also that no one size does not fit all situations. Moreover, we have policy decisions sometimes are not evidence-based, so not every country have a prevalence study in order to see what's the problematic player and which are the percentages in the games that are more problematic. And of course, the progress of the scientific research based on for responsible gaming sometimes does not follow the pace of the innovation of the products. And of course, it must be admitted that every time this equation, as a regulators, is very difficult, but solely the regulatory authorities cannot do many things by their own. So a holistic approach we believe with the active participation of all the stakeholders is required in order to achieve results in real life. Not only our regulations can ensure safe gaming, but the state and all the stakeholders must do something and participate. There are endogenous difficulties in this issue by its nature. We must constantly try to search for the best solution, even if we are not 100% sure. Perfection is not something that we can achieve 100% of the times, but this is dynamic. We must review every choice that we make periodically, and we must, of course, discuss and participate in discussions like this today in order to help all parties to make better decisions, to get over difficulties and to improve their roles and impact on society as a whole. This is something that we do, and this is our conference here helps a lot, and other discussions help us a lot in order to have best choices. But at any case, we are not dogmatic. We don't say that we have the true answers for everything. So we are trying to find the best solution every time.
So it will be worth monitoring the further developments in the Greek market. If you say you think it's important to collaborate with the stakeholders in the industry, which I think will be the operators, other responsible authorities maybe, how does it work in practice?
So again, we try to find the best practices. I think UK has a very good example and paradigm of what's a best practice in order to have collaboration for the reduction of social harm. So they have a trust that's specialized on this issue. All the stakeholders participate voluntarily. Also, they contribute money to this. So they have three pillars. One pillar is, of course, education and awareness, information. The other pillar is education and research, and the third pillar is treatment. So if we see UK, I think this example is a good example that we can try, of course, to use it as a basis at every country. At-risk and problematic gamblers require a highly individualized approach. I think no regulatory framework can have big effect on at-risk and problematic gamblers. So this holistic approach needs to be set and be there at every country.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Going back to France, Eric, we know that the ANJ is in particular focusing, of course, on protection players, but also in particular protection of minors, which I think is a very integral part of consumer protection as well. What will be the levers of the ANJ to better protect players and in particular minors? Going to the details now.
Yeah, well, in France, 1 person out of 2 is a gambler. And problem gamblers are estimated around 1.2 million. So preventing excessive or pathological gambling and especially gambling experience and the uses of the players. Therefore, the ING has 3 main fronts towards the players, which are also focused to prevent minors from playing. The ING wants to inform, to provide a service, and also to animate the player community. Regarding information, well, the ING wants to be able to give precise answers to to questions from everyone, wants to create an appropriate guidance whenever necessary. Regarding a service to provide, we already have an alternative dispute resolution mechanism offered since September 2019. Now we want to develop it and to develop this mediation service in case of dispute with an operator, an offline or online operator. We also want to better empower the player in controlling his or her gambling activity. We have an opportunity because ING will very soon manage the register of banned players. And last but not least, ING wants to animate the player community. And please note that the ING will develop a platform to animate the community of players so that they can share experiences, advices, and also support solutions.
I bet in particular, the latter will be a model that will be followed by others, because it sounds really interesting. Thank you very much. Just to get an idea, you said the estimated amount of problem gamblers is 1.something million. The total population of France, including yourself, is something like 70 million. So to get an idea about the relationship.
60 million in France. Yeah, and problem gamblers are estimated around 1.2 million. Yeah, so yeah, a big part in France.
Right. Thank you. I think we should take the opportunity in these days and these times where everybody suffers from COVID-19 just to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on the duty to make sure there is responsible gaming experiences. Probably, Marina, it is interesting to start with land-based. It's completely different, the impact of the coronavirus to the land-based industry, because there's people going into the buildings and playing up front, whereas online there are computer viruses but nothing else. But another aspect of probably changing behavior of gamblers. So if you can tell us your experience on the land-based industry side, and then we follow up to the online space.
Okay, well, first of all, the land-based casinos remain closed from mid-March until mid-June. So that was pretty sad there. And although we're aware and we monitor the tendency to shift from the land-based into online casino, because there is no online casino in Cyprus, there is not really much that we can report on this tendency from our viewpoint here. With regards to COVID, obviously the health protocols have been had in place, and everything has been according to plan. But since responsible gambling is a lot to do with communications, it's a lot to do with interaction, there has been, it was inevitable to have some affecting of the responsible gambling interactions within the casino because of the social distancing, because of the mask wearing, the mandatory mask wearing. There has been some affecting of these interactions in the casino. But on the other hand, everything has been put in place, everything has been according to the law, and everything that the government ordered us and the casino to do. And other than that, I think we've done pretty well. But we will need some time, I think, to get back to the way things were. I think it's with everything. It's not just with casino gambling or anything. But I think we should mention here that because of COVID and because of our worries that vulnerable groups, because we're also, always concerned with vulnerable groups and minors. Vulnerable groups were particularly vulnerable during COVID. And during the lockdown, a synergy was established between our commission and the National Addictions Authority and an NGO, non-profit organization, which specializes in prevention of addictions, to provide a new helpline for people facing gambling-related problems. And given the unavailability of the physical support, the physical environment, we thought that this would be a great opportunity to be there for people who might needed us to be there even more during this time. So this is, I think, the most we could do during this time.
So kept it under control. Thank you. Probably everybody else, maybe 1 minute because we have 5 minutes left. And then we return the panel. Ioanna, if you'd like to continue, do you see any impact in the gaming industry, online player behavior? Are there more risks because people do play more than in usual times?
I mean, the truth is that what we normally tell players, right, is to remain with people, to interact socially, not to gamble alone. And then all of a sudden they had instructions from health authorities to self-isolate and to actually stay alone. So suddenly players who are at risk or vulnerable players became more at risk. And there was a greater risk of such players developing a gambling problem. And therefore, what we did see on the bright side is some operators who took a step forward and, for example, changed the way they advertise and changed the way they market their products. And those that didn't obviously faced the relevant enforcement because we believe that it was the operator's duty to be more vigilant during these times and not to exploit the situation. But what we are actually monitoring the effect that this is having on players and their gambling patterns. We are conducting data collection exercises to analyze the effect it is having. And we are also seeing the patterns that operators register on their servers. It's the most important thing is actually that when you have objective-based legislation like ours, is to be ready to amend it as necessary when it calls for. So if we see that it is necessary to amend our requirements in order to reflect more player protection and in order to ensure that players are better protected in these circumstances, then that is exactly what we would do. So, in the near future, we will also be featuring the nature of the pandemic within our specialized RG audits, which we just started conducting because we believe that the importance of player protection actually merits more specialized auditing on the operators' compliance with the duty of care imposed within Maltese legislation as of 2018.
Thank you very much. Spiros, from your legal perspective, do you see any need of amending regulation? And if so, what would you suggest? Spiros, maybe you're on mute.
Sorry. In the last couple of months, the National Betting Authority is going through a number of changes. We had a public consultation regarding player protection regulations. We had a new code of advertising. Also, we had a public consultation on a unified online self-exclusion scheme. And we're also considering of opening a safer gambling center. From a legal perspective, we have the tools to quickly issue new instruments that would help player protection, will aid it. And we're confident that we're at the right path. Regarding advertising, we currently check all advertising before it goes public. So we have that safety guarantee, and we didn't need to amend it immediately to serve the pandemic needs.
So it's always good to be well prepared, and you've obviously we're well prepared. Finally, maybe 1 minute with you, Evangelos. What's your take on this in Greece? Is there traffic moving from online, from land-based to online just because there are some closed entities, maybe?
So the data of the months before quarantine, before COVID, so January 2020 and February 2020, we're showing a growth of 30%, more than 30% on the online sector. So we cannot for sure say that, so this increase is lower at the months of COVID until now, but we have a growth. So I cannot say for sure if this increase, which is less than 30%, of course, of the online sector right now, is from players that were plant-based and used to play online during the quarantine and during the COVID period. But we can see, and we acted immediately and proactively, that at these unprecedented and very turbulent times of quarantine, many companies at first days of quarantine were trying to have massive advertisement on the TV, online companies. So we acted immediately and banned all the advertisement until 11 o'clock at night, in order not to have all these spots, TV spots, during times that even kids, vulnerable groups, and underage population were at home, obliged to be at home and seeing TV. So that was something that all the operators were compliant after this. So we tried to manage somehow this phenomenon of the companies trying to get a bigger share of the market with very aggressive advertisement plans, massive advertisement plans during the day. So after 5 days, we made this intervention.
Yeah, excellent. You might be interested in listening to the panel later at 1:5, I think it is, Cyprus time, where we're discussing responsible advertising marketing as well. For the time being, I simply have to thank my panelists for their excellent contributions. I'd like to return the panel because our time is over. Again, thank you very much. It was a brilliant discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, and thank you to the panelists for a really interesting discussion. And just as a proof of that, we have over 300 people at the moment watching through the platform. So let's move on to our next session. And let me welcome Dr. Michael Auer, founder of Necton Austria, for his presentation on gambling participation before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me remind you that you can submit your questions anonymously to the speakers throughout the event. You can do so by typing in your question in the Q&A window before clicking submit. Dr. Auer, welcome. And the digital platform is yours for your presentation.
Hi, thank you for inviting me again to present at the conference. I was hoping to spend some time on the beach, but unfortunately, in those times, we stick to a digital conference, and I very much appreciate that. I'll be talking about the gambling participation before and during COVID, and I think I have 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. I won't spoil it by saying that we have 35 degrees in Cyprus at the moment.
Okay.
So you would have loved the beach. But yes, you have 10 minutes for your speech, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So let me quickly introduce myself. So I am working with Necton, and we are an analytics company. We specialize in player tracking, mostly, of course, in the online gambling area. And our specialty lies in responsible gambling. So basically identifying patterns of harmful play, finding ways how to intercept, how to interact with players. So at that backdrop, we, of course, have a lot of data available from operators across the world. And we, of course, were very interested in the online gambling participation during COVID-19. Of course, there was a lot of, or still, I mean, there is a lot of course, rumors going around, a lot of, hypotheses. And the general notion, of course, always was that online participation will skyrocket during lockdown, during COVID, for obvious reasons, because people are at home, they are stick to home office, or in lockdown, they can't work at all, they have a lot of time available, and of course, some of them will naturally try to engage into online gambling activities, or maybe play even more than before. And of course, what about land-based players? What are they gonna do without being able to follow up on this activity? Are they going to shift all of their gambling expenditure to online? And what about high-risk players? Are they going to play much more? Are we going to face skyrocketing numbers when it comes to problem gambling? We made one academic study, so I'm gonna mostly talk about that one. That was also published in the Journal of Mental Health and Addiction. Feel free to email me. I'm sure you can find me also on LinkedIn if you want to get hold of that paper. And it's, I think, even freely available. So if you just Google it, our Griffiths COVID, then you immediately will find the publication. So in this publication, we were looking at players from the Swedish online gambling operator, or from the online game operator Common Group, and they have a couple of Swedish licenses. And we were mostly interested what sports bettors might do during COVID. So we had sports bettors, and of course, during the lockdown, sports events were mostly cancelled. And those players who engaged into sports betting between January and I think it was April 16 or something, in at least 5 out of the 10 possible weeks, we picked out those players, and we thought, okay, if you place at least one bet in 5 out of 10 possible weeks, you are sort of somebody who more or less regularly engages into sports betting. And we picked out those players. Those were about, I think, in a sample of 5,000 players. And we were wondering, what did they do during lockdown? In most countries, of course, we know there was no lockdown, comparable lockdown in Sweden, but still sports events were mostly unavailable, especially, of course, Premier League and Deutsche Bundesliga, which makes up for the majority of wagers. So what did you think happened? So we were, of course, completely open-minded. It could have gone up, it could have gone down, it could have gone, stayed the same. So sports bettors, the ones who regularly engaged into sports betting, we of course sports betting related wagers went down. However, did they move over to casino gambling? Because that, of course, was readily available. And that's, of course, a hypothesis that was widely rumored on the gambling market. We found that sports bettors did not switch their wagers over to casino gambling. And now you might say, okay, that's logical. Sports betting is a different type of player segment. They do not engage into games of chance. That's something I would have thought too. However, we also looked at mixed mode players. So those who wagered on sports betting and also wagered significantly on casino games. So players who enjoy both channels of products. And what do you think? Did they play more casino types of games during lockdown when sports events were available, or less? Surprisingly, we found they actually played less. So sports bettors who also played casino games more or less stopped playing casino games during the lockdown, during the unavailability of sports events. So we found actually complete opposite results in our data than was generally rumored. And again, I'm talking about, Swedish market, which might, of course, be different from UK market, from other markets, from, Maltese licensed operators. Secondly, we were also looking into, that's another paper that we just submitted. It hasn't been published yet. We were also looking into casino players. So players who mostly engage into casino types of games, who regularly play casino products, and we were wondering what will they be doing? What did they do during lockdown? Well, of course, casino games were still available, and again, we're talking about Swedish players where we didn't have a real lockdown. And here again, we found that their amount wagered was decreased, especially among the high-intensity players. So their amount wagered basically, dropped. On the other hand, low-intensity players' wager increased, and we also saw a larger amount of newly registered players. So we saw new players coming in. In total, the amount wagered stayed roughly the same, and high-intensity players' wager sort of decreased. Low-intensity wagers, players' wagers increased simply because of the fact that there were more players signing up into the online, signing up new online gambling accounts. So that's basically what we found, really strictly from an academic point of view. I'm not talking about any rumors here. I'm talking about studies that one study has been published, the other hopefully will be published soon. It follows pretty much the same scheme. Now, let me quickly move, from our studies, like academic studies, to data that we of course have been looking at on operator platforms that we work with. We have platforms we work with which are licensed like in England, Malta, Norway, Austria, Germany, Italy, Spain, Switzerland. So there are basically not many jurisdictions who we do not work with and who we have data available. And during lockdown in general, what we saw is there was a larger amount of new registrations, so players who tried out online gambling platforms that they didn't play before. And there, of course, is a difference, of course, it's interconnected with land-based gambling. For example, here in Austria, we have 12 land-based casinos, and we have a variety of slot machine arcades where all gambling is account-based. And of course, here we saw that within the one Austrian licensed online gambling operator, there was, of course, a larger amount of players who signed up, who created online gambling accounts. And among those operators who offer poker to their players, we also saw a surge in online gambling poker activity. And that's quite interesting from a psychological point of view, because we know that poker has been on a decline over the last couple of years. And before I researched a little bit, even Poker Stars Q4 2019 revenue only 20% comes actually from poker. The rest comes from other games. I assume it probably to be casino types of games. And interestingly, we see a surge in online poker activity, and that might have to do, with the desire for people to, interact socially with others. Of course, you don't see your counterpart, but when you play poker that you play against others. So that's an interesting aspect. And let me just, say one more thing. I know, regulators have introduced new measures in the UK, in Sweden, in other countries during COVID, although there might not have been that increase in online gambling activity. However, what we see in a lot of studies that people's mental health is significantly affected, right? A lot of studies have shown that people feel more depressed, anxiety levels have risen, etc., etc. So there is an impact on mental health. And of course, we have to cast a wider net here. We mustn't only look at online gambling participation, but in the background, maybe things are happening, long-term effects cannot be foreseen. So it's understandable that regulators are rather careful and rather introduce, restrictions, although you don't see an immediate, effect on online gambling participation.
So you would say, just one question from me, you would say that maybe the regulators have to look into changing the regulations as well, because of the COVID pandemic has changed the attitudes of the players and shifting them to other games?
I mean, what I'm saying is that some regulators have introduced, for example, in Sweden, the deposit limits, in the UK. Although, I mean, for example, especially in Sweden, you didn't see a surge in online gambling activity, right? But
because they didn't have a total lockdown, did they? They didn't have there was no lockdown as such in Sweden. So
exactly. But of course, I mean, people might be affected, from in other ways. They might have lost their jobs, their source of wealth, might have come down. They have a lower salary, and still, I mean, you could still have somebody who spends, let's say, 200 euros a month on gambling. But what about if they are suddenly unemployed? And the operator does, of course, not know that. And from that backdrop, it makes sense that there are certain restrictions. But of course, it all has to be within, within boundaries. And it's very important not to hypothesize, right? To steer fear or, certain, ideas, but to, study, to investigate, also for operators to release data, to cooperate with researchers like myself and Mark Griffiths, to look into, gambling activity, connect self-reported information with actual gambling behavior, and find out what happened and how this is going to impact people's, well-being.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation.
Thanks to you. And in case of questions, you know how to get hold of me, LinkedIn, email. I am very happy to answer questions. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Al. Now, It is time for me to introduce our second panel for today, discussing the pandemic COVID-19 effects on responsible participation in gambling. Christina Christoforou, Head of Safer Gambling and Business Development, National Betting Authority Cyprus, will be moderating this panel, this session. Christina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual panel discussion today with the topic of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the gambling industry, and particularly on safe gambling participation. Today, we have approximately 40 minutes and a very interesting and relevant topic, so let's just jump right into the discussion. It is my honor to host this excellent panel of experts that come from the gambling industry. Allow me to introduce them. We have Mr. Robert Munro. He is the Head of Sports Services and Responsible Gambling at Bet365. Good morning, Mr. Munro.
Good morning.
Okay. We have Ms. Isabel John, Head of Regulatory Compliance from Melco Resorts and Entertainment Casino Cyprus. We have Ms. Iris Den Boer, who is the Responsible Gaming Manager for Kaizen Gaming in Malta. Then we have Mr. Dimitris Aledraris, who is the CEO of OPAP Cyprus. And last but not least, we have Ms. Michaela Villagouri. She is a corporate lawyer at Parimatch. So let me briefly introduce the topic of today's panel. So we see that worldwide disruption caused by the pandemic, it has affected various industries all around the globe, from aviation to food and hospitality to retail, and of course, inevitably, the gambling industry. For a very lengthy period of time during the lockdown, measures were being set by most of the countries. Major sporting events were cancelled or postponed, affecting online operators. Land-based gambling venues such as betting premises and casinos were closed. We've seen that revenues have decreased, the number of staff layoff has increased. So today, this panel will try to explore the impact of the pandemic on player protection and how they have adapted to the situation, the companies have adapted to the situation. What were the opportunities created? How the gambling operators responded to increased regulations? And what does the future hold for the safer gambling and consumer protection? Let me just note that we'll have time at the end of the panel for questions from the audience. So this question, the first question, goes out to all the participants. Please just briefly tell us what was the impact of the pandemic in your company? How did you see your operations and the business change? And to follow up, how did you observe, did you observe any difference in players' behavior and their gambling patterns? Robert, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. So I mean, we're a predominantly sports betting operator, and obviously exclusively so in Cyprus. So restrictions on live sport had a big impact on us, and obviously business went down significantly. We did see an increase in casino play in other markets, but it's still a relatively small part of our business, and I think that that may have something to do with temporary closures of land-based casinos. I think in terms of operational impact, we had to adjust to new working conditions, so we had to move a significant number of people to working remotely, whilst ensuring that we maintained all of our regulatory obligations. In terms of impact on player behavior, we definitely saw an increase in people using tools, all of the tools that we offer, which I think can only be a good thing. And I think that's in part down to how we were able to communicate with customers more during the pandemic, because we had a better kind of opportunity or reason for speaking to customers more about safer gambling.
Okay, thank you. Iris, please, could you care to comment on that?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Just to let you know, I'm here as the responsible gaming manager for Kaizen Gaming, who is also operating Chairwoman in Cyprus. And as an answer to your question, so I would say that the COVID pandemic has shown us that our customers have, in general, across our sites in several jurisdictions, played different hours. As we mentioned, work from home, for example, has changed the way people plan their working days, and they may decide to take their breaks from work on unconventional hours, or feel somewhat disoriented when lockdowns have been imposed. Of course, many sports matches were cancelled at some point, which was causing a shift in some other markets, for example, towards casino or other products. So this was really expected. And what we did in the beginning of the pandemic was to see what we would expect for our customers, and especially for responsible gaming. So we had invited someone with lived experience to talk about addiction and what his expectation was, and what the things were that we had to look out for. So we basically looked for an indication what were the things that we had to take into account with regards to the changes and what to expect, in order to attune our safer gambling practices accordingly, and to minimize any risk. But looking at any increase of money spent or increase in playing frequency, I would say that the thing that stood out for us was that mostly customers played in different hours and sometimes had longer sessions, but it really depended on which stage of the pandemic. So especially during the beginning of, let's say, lockdown, people felt a little bit disoriented, and of course some people lost their jobs, or other people had to close shops, and other people had to work from home. So we saw a change in the way that people played, and for some markets, depending on the games that were, for example, big matches that didn't play, we saw a shift from customers moving to, for example, casino, and some land-based betting shops may have closed also. So this was mainly what we observed.
And what about, did you see players using more tools for safer gambling, such as putting limits or?
So yeah, what we did see was that there was an increase of the number of customers that we've spoken to during the pandemic. So I think it was, it's not clear to say whether there was more of a need or that we stepped up our approach and that was why we spoke to more people than we even did before. But there were more customers that gave an indication to us that made us feel that we had to recommend them to use our tools. It's always good to use our tools for safe play. But yeah, we did see an increase in customers, for example, using deposit limits, but we also really encouraged customers to, especially during the pandemic, to be extra vigilant and extra responsible, because it's very easy to lose control if you don't have a steady routine anymore or your routine has changed a lot. It's a natural thing for people to feel anxiety during a pandemic and to be less in control, maybe perhaps on decisions that you take. So yeah, there was an increase in use of our tools.
Okay, thank you very much. Michaela, what are your thoughts on that?
Hello, good day everyone, and thank you for having me in the panel discussion. Similarly, like all the other companies, pretty much was also affected during lockdown. Of course, we saw a difference in the habits of our customers, either in the time that they spend during their login time or in regards to their spending and betting trends. We saw an increase in the time that they allocated in playing and while logged in our platform, but we saw a decrease in the bets and the amounts that they place in the bets. This is due to the fear of, I think, our customers that of the financial insecurity, that most of them would have lost their jobs or potentially had a decrease in their salaries. So this insecurity caused them to be more reserved in the way that they were betting. We didn't see any significant increase in our new registrations. And thankfully, we didn't have a lot of high-risk players in regards to potentially being addicted to gambling. Though, similarly to what I said, we had a lot of communication with our customers, a lot of phone calls to see how they were doing, if they needed any help to use our tools to protect themselves, maybe impose some self limits in their accounts, but they were isolated cases. We didn't have a lot of such cases. So our experience during lockdown was more contained as a company, let's say.
Okay, thank you. So we can see that for the online operators, at least we see some common patterns that people behave like in a certain way. Moving on, I would like to ask, because we have two land-based operators with us, I would like to ask, what was the impact of the pandemic and how did you see the changes happen once you reopened your retail venues? Ms. Isabel, please, would you care to comment on that? Okay, can you hear us?
Hello there, and thank you for having me as part of the panel. After what we actually opened as regards to the pandemic, how it actually affected us. Obviously, we have many sort of health protocols that we've had to put into place. That included mandatory use of face masks, mandatory temperature checks upon entry, maximum capacity inside the casino, maximum of 3 guests per table, safe distancing. Many of these obviously created challenges for us. One of those challenges, of course, is the use of the face mask. So initially, when the use of the face mask was deployed, we actually only had a small percentage actually being recognised by the facial recognition system. that was about 18%. Now, we very quickly adapted to this and we had a new algorithm put in place. Following the algorithm, it then actually upgraded to an 87% detection rate. Now, following that again, we had additional measures put in place where we actually ask our customers to remove the face mask only for a second, just to actually increase the percentage rate of FRS recognising them. Now, obviously, with the FRS, we use it for self-excluded patrons, timeout patrons, patrons that have been banned. So it's really, ultimately, we need to have it enforced. Now, the other way that it's actually affected us is obviously, as a casino, we're actually faced with many different challenges with behaviours inside the casino. So perhaps our staff will recognise customers to know any deviation from their behaviour. They first need to know what the normal behaviour is. So there was that element of our staff being able to have to recognise the customers inside the casino, and the use of face masks obviously prohibited that slightly as well. So we've had many different sort of challenges, but Melco's a very well established company, and we will continue to look for these challenges, and we will meet these challenges we develop towards the integrated resort. Their integrated continues to be built, so there's no stoppage there other than the fact that when the buildings actually stopped for a while, but other than that, the project continues as normal.
Thank you very much. Dimitris, please, what are your experiences on that?
Kalimera to everybody. It was good that you separated, the fact that the landline operator from the online operators of Cyprus, as you are all aware, it's a landline operator. So, like most business tech, gambling as well has been adversely affected during this period. During the lockdown of Cyprus agents is the main talk for more than 2 months. Also, the company recently and take care in a way to minimize the risk, reduce to a minimum the physical presence, and enable some of the staff to work from home. It goes without saying that the financial cost to not operate in the company for more than 2 months was enormous. Also, even today, our agent is operating under very strict protocol. We should not ignore the fragile psychology of the public that arises from the fear and the uncertainty that exists about the virus, but also about the emerging economic environment. However, not only do we understand the necessity of the measures, but we also carry out intensive checks for the full implementation of the measures, and where the disposal of the competent authorities at any time for the adoption of any other measure for the protection of the public. As you are all aware, Cyprus fully utilizes the current legal framework. I would like to emphasize here that it's not our wish to implement all those necessary measures to protect our customers. Not about it, about the period that we're closed. Now, in terms of behavior, we could see that after we opened, and it was a very hard time at the beginning, but gradually our customers adjusted to the new environment, and it's getting back to normality at the point until the day that we.
So you did not experience like a surge in customers, once the betting premises restarted their business, or did you see like a reluctance in people's behavior to safety measures like wearing masks or?
This is compulsory, wearing masks, and then not using the coupons and having the coupons behind the counters in all the material that we are in the protocol that are strictly, and we mean strictly, I emphasize this, followed by our agents. The advantage that the majority of the agencies had was because we have not a closed area, we have like a smoking area outside where you don't need to wear the mask. This is the ones who came back to normality, the ones who have an outside area. But the ones who it's only inside, they have a problem. People are difficult to follow the protocol for whatever reason, but still the agents follow this. So it affects business.
Okay, thank you. So for the next question, I would like to point that when we see that unexpected circumstances such as coronavirus put industries in a survival mode, we see that these conditions can allow for innovation and creativity to flourish. So did you see, like, during this pandemic, did you see that there were any opportunities created, and particularly did you enhance the players' protection and safer gambling measures in your company? Robert, can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. So I think the pandemic certainly created opportunities to have more conversations with customers around safer gambling, because, you know, the context of people at home more, fewer things to bet on, or perhaps more obscure markets to bet on, and certainly the risk of people migrating to online casino gave us an opportunity to talk more about safer gambling. So we upped our communications to customers around safer gambling, and in terms of innovation, I mean, I think this might be a question that comes later around sort of safer gambling tools and you know what additional tools can be made available to customers. I mean, two tools in particular that we've actually launched during this pandemic. The first being a custom timeout tool, which allows customers to set particular days of the week that they don't want to play online. So early into the lockdown measures across Europe, we emailed all of our customers and made them aware of that tool, because if you think about it, it kind of makes sense as a tool for someone who might be working from home and wants to not play Monday to Friday and only wants to play at the weekend. And we've also just launched a new tool giving customers a dashboard where they can access their information or their activity, so they can track how much they're spending over time, how much they're losing, how much time they spend playing. So I suppose in innovation, those would be examples, but these were projects that predated the pandemic, but just so happened to be completed during the pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much. Migaela, did you see any opportunities in Parimatch during this period?
Of course, like all the online betting companies, we also took action to protect our customers. Especially, we proceeded with limiting the bonuses and promotions offered to the players, especially those who are indicating a problematic behavior. We increased our communication time with our customers. We talked a lot with them through online chat, called them often when we saw that a specific customer was exhibiting problematic behavior or was in the potential of being a high-risk player addicted to gambling. We also proceeded with extensive training of our customer support, internal training for the team on how to approach such customers, what questions to ask. and how to deal with this very sensitive topic. After lockdown, of course, as a company, we proceeded with trying at least to implement some new tools for the protection of our customers, especially 3 new tools: a timeout to be available for our customers online in the platform. Timeout will give the opportunity to our players to take a short break from playing with us. And during that time, they will not be able to deposit any funds or use any of our products for a time from 1 day for up to 2 years. Also, a new tool to limit the login function. A customer can set a limit on when they can log into their account. This limit can be for 30 minutes to up to 8 hours or even longer if necessary. And the reality check function. This is activated on the player's account on a specific time. So the player is notified every 10 minutes, every half an hour, depending on the time that he set, on his login time, on his spending habits. So he's always aware of how much he's spending or how long he's logged in. So this is how we proceeded with protecting our customers.
Okay, thank you. Isabel, from the casino perspective, what were the opportunities created and did you see some innovation happening?
We use the time to actually look at our systems, our procedures. We had to obviously find different ways of interacting with customers because obviously with the safe distancing inside the casino, you have to interact with the customer. So with different ways of that. We also used the time during the lockdown to actually further enhance the training of our staff and create a role called a responsible gaming ambassador. So we had enhanced level of responsible gaming training during all this period of time. So we pretty much used all of that time to better deploy how we were going to go forward with responsible gaming. Different ways, different deployment. Obviously, we had many sort of health protocols, and being a land-based industry, the health and safety of our guests and colleagues is the absolute top priority. So we worked very closely with the Ministry of Health to actually get these protocols in place, and we continue to work very closely with them because like any other land-based industry, we don't know what risks are going to happen in the future with regards to pandemic, but having that relationship of working safely and working with these protocols, we will face the risks as they happen and find solutions to those.
Okay, thank you. Iris, what was your experiences on that?
Thank you. With regards to the opportunity for the industry and the opportunities that we've taken to improve our RG systems during the pandemic, we've of course looked at the opportunity to showcase what it means to be caring and vigilant. So this goes for us, I think, all operators as an effect on the industry and how we're perceived by society. But as we look at Stygimon per se, for example, we've used the opportunity to offer customers more than just a customer service. We have our specialized responsible gaming ambassadors who offer extensive advice to our customers, who are always aware of any indication that a customer may not be enjoying his time with us, or that there may be any issue, for example. So we're always on the lookout for that. We have a humanistic approach, which is combined with extensive award-winning early risk detection tools for a proof as us as a responsible operator and that we care about our customers' safety first. So when I talk about the award-winning system, it's an AI system which detects or predicts any customer who may be at risk from a very early stage. So we can step in a very, very early moment and to prevent any issues for the customer later on. So in such cases, mostly we have a one-to-one conversation. One of our specialized RG ambassadors advises this person on what tools may fit best and how they will be able to continue to play responsibly and to practice safer gambling as a whole. And something, of course, that we've always focused on is how to maximize our safer gambling tools. So as a part of that, we've actually managed during this pandemic to obtain the ECOGRAS Fair and Safe accreditation seal. So we've passed the audit during the pandemic and accomplished to get this accreditation. And it's something that we're very proud of course, because it showcases that we not only talk, but we also actually really do all we can to make sure that we are indeed a safer and fair gambling operator. So yeah, there was the ECOGRAS seal, there was the winning of the AI award for early detection. And of course, we extra trained our RG ambassadors during the pandemic. Like I said, in the beginning of the pandemic, we invited someone with lived experience who actually frequently visits us to advise us. And we had a dialogue with our RG ambassadors and we involved them in this dialogue for them to understand what are the words or the triggers that they need to look out for. So I think that the opportunities were plenty, and the opportunity for the operators, if we join forces, is definitely to change the way that we are perceived by society by practicing what we preach, basically.
Thank you very much for that input. As I'm aware that we have a lot of questions and very short time, I would like to move a little bit into the regulatory part. And specifically, we've seen that, for example, the Betting and Gaming Council in the UK decided to step forward and attempt to self-regulate by pledging to promoting safer gambling practices and refraining from any advertising during the lockdown. First, I would like your thoughts on self-regulation, and then we can move on to some state-imposed regulations. So, my question exactly is, what is your thought? What are your thoughts on self-regulation, and do you think these practices are something that should be established besides some unpredicted circumstances such as the lockdown? Dimitris, if we please could have your thoughts on that.
We already, as OPAP, have a company regulation that we have our limits. So the way the company operates, the limits are there. And just to be a bit more specific, and on the playing side, all the agents have a credit limit, so they cannot pass that limit that the machine straight away blocks. And on the payment side, payment systems, we have maximum amount that then the customer has the bank to. So we follow the rules, but I would say that the company itself following always the regulations, its own rules, the way it wants to operate efficiently. If I take the period that during the COVID, of course, there was not an issue with us, like the example you gave the UK. In what sense? Because we are a landline entity, we are closed, so there was no issue of advertising credit out at the time. So I believe I covered everything from your question.
Thank you very much. Robert? I know that you're also based in the UK, so what was the reaction in that? How did your company react? Okay, Michaela, can we have your thoughts on that?
Well, in regards to Parimage, as I said previously, we try to proceed with limiting some of our actions, like sending promotional material, contacting our high-risk customers, monitor them thoroughly. So in that sense, we did proceed in a self-regulation as a company, but not in the strictest of the sense. But in any way, I don't think that the practice that the UK followed had any direct effect to the gambling, since even during lockdown, there was no significant increase in the new registered players, and even lockdown did not affect greatly the time spent online or the spending habits of the gamblers. Going forward, a YouGov research conducted in the UK after the lockdown proved that there was no evidence to suggest that there was an increase in the problem gambling, rather that there is a shift in the market as a result of COVID. Increase in the use of certain gambling products, such as online slots, poker, casino gaming, virtual sports. So this mostly was the aftermath of COVID, not in the sense of restricting the market more.
Thank you. Iris, what are your thoughts on self-regulation, and should that be an established practice?
Thank you for your question. So yeah, as you mentioned, we've seen in the industry some people stepping forward and attempting to self-regulate. For example, during the British lockdown, we saw that the Betting Gaming Council decided to take some measures. And we've taken a little bit of a similar approach when it comes to, for example, advertising and the way that we do this during the pandemic. So we've really given it some thought, as we always want to, of course, choose an ethical approach. And above else, people are looking for a new sense of community and connection, and to learn that the only way to overcome the pandemic is to be kind and respectful and support each other where we can as a society. So at Kaizen Gaming, we feel united with our staff and our customers, and we actively have chosen to focus our TV commercials on that message. And that these may be tough times, but we face this together. And I think in conclusion that it's always a good thing to advertise responsibly in general. And it's only the right thing to do to reconsider your message before sending it out. As not only the consumer trends matter, but it's an ethical approach that should be central guide for any operator during this pandemic. If they take themselves, of course, seriously, and if they want to take the industry seriously and want to showcase that, I think that especially now, it's very good to give our message extra thought, and to position ourselves in society as an industry that takes responsibility and can be held accountable for the message they spread. So yeah, with regards to this, I would say that our most step-up approach during this pandemic has been with regards to taking extra measures, is to take into account the message that we send out to our customers and the way that we're perceived by society. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So let's move on to state-imposed regulations. We've seen that some jurisdictions during the pandemic have toughened their guidelines on consumer protection. We've seen Spain restricting gambling advertising. We've seen Sweden introducing a weekly deposit limit. We've seen some mandatory deposit limits in some countries. Do you expect that regulators will be forced to restrict their markets? And how does your company plan to proactively improve their player protection so they can get ready for much tighter regulations? Isabel, what are your thoughts on that? Isabel, can you hear us? Robert?
Can you hear me?
Okay, with regards to tighter regulations, I think, globally the regulations will change. As a result, we are in a position where we actually look, as we transition into the resort, to actually increase our safeguarding measures anyway. So as we transition, regardless of whether the regulations globally will change or not, we would hopefully be in that position where it wouldn't actually have a great effect on us. So I think the issue with is our transition from being in the position we are now into a resort, because a resort will bring different risks, different types of environments. We'll have a bigger international market there now. But we would like to think that as we recognise those risks and look forward to those risks as we go along the way, there not going to be a huge impact on us.
Thank you. Robert, what are your thoughts? Robert, can you hear us? Okay. So because I see that we're running out of time, I would like for all of you to tell us in one short statement, what important trends do you think we'll be talking about at the next year conference in regard to safer gambling, and what kind of innovations should we expect in the future? Iris, I will start with you.
Thank you very much. It's actually a difficult question because we have no idea what is going to happen. Life is, everything is unexpected at this moment, and it really all depends on the pandemic and how it's going to pan out. But with regards to responsible gaming, of course, we will always try to be innovative and to find anything that we can use to make our customers understand how to play responsibly. So it's not only about having the tools, but it's really, really about for our customers to understand what it means to play responsibly. What does safer gambling mean? And how does it apply to me as a customer? How do I apply this in the way that I spend, in the way that I play? So for us, our main focus will really be, of course, to offer the tools that will assist the customer to play responsibly, but really mainly about how do we bring the message across to people that it is a shared responsibility still to choose to play responsibly and to choose to play in a way that fits your budget and your life and your lifestyle. So this will be our main focus to really just be innovative and to use the tools that we have and to promote them in a way that customers always are understanding how to play. And we have our G ambassadors, of course, to promote this, and they do this very actively. We have a lot of one-to-one conversations with our customers. We have a 24/7 line open for customers to reach our specialized RG ambassadors. So we're always open for dialogue, and we're always here to educate the customer to make responsible decisions.
Thank you. Robert, one last thought from you. Okay, yes, please.
Oh, great. Sorry, what was I disconnected then? You just want a brief summary of where we are at the moment, or?
Yeah, so I was, we were at the last round of questions, and I was asking what kind of innovations should we expect in regards to safer gambling tools in the future? Like, if we're sitting here next year's conference, what new trends we'll be talking about?
I think that there's very much a continuation of things that we should already be working on, whether that's getting better at, well, I think the change in the name of the conference probably tells you where we're moving towards is away from, individual responsibility towards operators protecting consumers, but making sure that we get that balance right. But I think more broadly, it isn't just about giving information and tools to customers. It's about how you design your products, how you market your products, and considering, everything that you do, which may initially have a commercial driver behind it, is implicated by safer gambling. And I think it's operators being alive to the fact that it isn't just about giving information to consumers and having informed choice. It's about considering everything that you do and the impact that it has on the customer.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that we've outrun our time, so I would like to thank you all for your input, and let's hope that next year everything will be back to normal. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you. Now let's move on to our next presentation. C2 Responsible Gaming Program is the subject of our next presentation by Penelope Georgiou, Regulatory Compliance Manager and Anti-Money Laundering Reporting Officer at Melco Resorts and Entertainment. Ms. Georgiou. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. The digital floor is yours. You may start your presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Penelope Georgiou. I'm the Regulatory Compliance Manager at Melco Resorts, and today I will present our responsible gaming. Unfortunately, we have this seminar, this conference online this year due to coronavirus, but at least we have it. Okay. Melco's commitment is to develop and maintain a culture of responsible gaming within every premises and every jurisdiction operating, while respecting and fully cooperating with international governments and gaming regulation. For us, we are not just trying to follow the law and regulations. We really believe in responsible gaming, and for us, it's our culture. Commitment to offer a safe and enjoyable environment in our guests and the highest standard of services. So, as I'm working in Melco, I would like to say that responsible gaming is not just a legal obligation, it's a passion and it's really our culture. As you all are aware, Melco is bringing its City of Dreams brand in Cyprus, and in 2022, the first integrated casino in Cyprus, City of Dreams Mediterranean, the only one of its kind in Europe, it's expected to open its doors. At the moment, we're operating a temporary casino in Limassol and satellites in other cities of Cyprus. Cyprus Casino is fully committed to providing the highest standards of customer care and operating responsible gaming venues that help protect our patrons themselves against harm. Our 4 priority pillars on our responsible gaming, which is accordance with regulations and Cyprus law, it's education of society and stakeholders, promotion of responsible gaming, prevention and combat of gaming addiction, and protection of young and vulnerable groups. The last 2 years, Melco Cyprus operators collaborated with the National Betting Authority and the Cyprus Gaming Commission to organize a range of public awareness raising events during Responsible Gaming Awareness Week. We conducted workshop, presentation, and hosted outdoor responsible gaming information stations, which were attended by regulations, government representatives, community members, and of course, our colleagues. The ultimate goal of outdoor events was to inform the public what it really means responsible gaming and safer gambling, and it was very successful. Regarding the 4 priority pillar, the protection of young people and vulnerable group, the Cyprus legal age to enter the casino is 21. However, in order for us to minimize the risk, we have implemented a procedure which is called Challenge 28. And if there are any doubts that the person is under the age of 28, our security officers are proceeding with age verification, ensuring that the person is above the legal age. In addition, every colleague at Melco, gaming and not gaming, is training to identify and address potential problem gaming and to help raise awareness amongst guests. At our responsible gaming policy, we're offering 3 options. There are 3 available options for our patrons: self-exclusion, timeout, and setting limits. The self-exclusion is a process actually where a patron can self-exclude themselves to ban themselves for a time period of 6 months. This is a standard time period, and the self-exclusion cannot be revoked. We are offering timeout, which refers to a short break. Actually, our customers can ban themselves for 1 day, 1 month, or 1 week. It cannot be revoked as well. And here I would like to add that timeout even is not a legal obligation. It's not an alternative to self-exclusion. It's actually an additional measure of protection, giving the time and the space of our customers to get an informed decisions for themselves. We're offering setting limits on money spent, on gaming per visit, on time spent on gaming per hour, and on number of visits per casino. The time periods that the setting limits are applied are 6 months. And the customer, in order to withdraw the limit, they have to sign the withdrawal form. Otherwise, the setting limits will be still remain as active. Our responsible gaming initiatives that are very important for us are many. So we have relevant signage of promotional slogan "Stay in Control," which can be found everywhere in our premises, in gaming floor, in our screens, on our stands, and on our responsible gaming leaflets. We have message on the screens of each slots machine as well, and there are display screens showing responsible gaming messages in the slots. We have stands in the loop, everywhere in the gaming floor. We're promoting all the available RG options we offer. Interaction related to responsible gaming or any other behavior indicator, they are logged by our staff. We have signage of the legal age outside of each premises and age verification procedures by the security department. We are responsibly advertising and promotion. As I have already mentioned, every colleague at Melco Gaming and Not Gaming is trained in our gym. Our commitment is to train each colleague on responsible gaming through a systematic approach. That's why we have added on our responsible gaming policy that all employees has to be trained within 30 days from the date that they join the company. In addition, we are providing more advanced levels of training. In March, we launched an e-learning version of an advanced responsible gaming training classrooms for all colleagues, and some others are trained as responsible gaming ambassadors, which actually are specialists on identifying and detect actual or suspected unusual gaming activity. All our employees are assisting patrons by providing all the necessary information of our program and contact detail of counseling centers so the person can take an informed decision of themselves. Last but not least, we are in collaboration with an organization which is accredited by the National Addiction Authority of Cyprus. And for all the above mentioned, aforementioned, procedure and process of responsible gaming are audited, and the responsible department is compliance. We're trying to ensure the effectiveness of all our policies and procedure, and that's Melco. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Now,
thank you.
We will take a short break, just enough to stretch our legs and grab something to drink. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much for watching.
Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game.
Hello and welcome back. Just waiting to get the go-ahead that we are back. AI, machine learning and new technologies is the subject of our next panel discussion. Menelaos Menelaou, Executive Director, Youth Board of Cyprus, will moderate. Good morning.
Good morning, Melanie, and to everyone.
Right. Menela, you will introduce our speakers for today.
Yes,
and the digital floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone, and welcome to, allow me to say, the most interesting part of the day. No offense to the rest of the speakers, but this is so exciting, and I'm so happy that, again, this year, the National Betting Authority has asked me to join this panel of discussion and coordinate it. First of all, allow me to welcome and introduce our two panelists. Michael Auer, founder of Nekton Austria. You had the opportunity of also listening to him a few minutes ago or an hour or so. And also Simo Dragicevic, CEO BetBuddy at Playtech. Gentlemen, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
Good morning, yes.
Excellent. First of all, allow me to apologize for not having a woman on the panel. I guess I was supposed to be a female probably, but in any case, everyone should, they will have to bear with us. So, gentlemen, welcome to our panel or manel. It is unfortunate that we are not actually welcoming you in Cyprus. We hope that sometime in the near future we will be able to do so. So, as I said, we are about to discuss machine learning or AI and other novel technologies and their role in the gaming industry. We only have 25 or so minutes, so allow me a short attempt of setting the scene and creating some context for our viewers as well. I believe that you will agree with me that people have always been skeptical and even afraid of the unknown. People are especially skeptical and cautious when it comes to big corporates and especially the gaming industry and their good intentions. We live, of course, in an era where the relationship between big corporation and the society at large is under scrutiny. And corporate social responsibility, I would say that is not only good PR, but also part of what is expected from a highly competitive business world in the context of also an ethical way of doing business. We also live in an era where people have started, I think, to understand and feel the power of the machines, big computers, big data, and so on. We know that the combination of these two have already influenced in a great degree the operational and business model of, for example, the social media platforms industry. We know because, and I say this as an example because everyone has a smartphone, and we see that every day what we see actually in our smartphone screens is a direct result of our online behavior. And this online behavior has been analyzed by complex algorithms. And yes, I have seen The Social Dilemma on Netflix. Also, from what we know, the AI industry has been developing for years. It is not something new. I would suggest that in the short period of time that we have, we can say a few insightful, useful, understandable things on where we are, where we could or should go, and how do you think we can get there? And also, of course, what does this mean for the major stakeholders, for example, the players and the regulators? So, in order to kick off the discussion and under the umbrella of the where we are questions, I would ask, and the question goes to both of you, where are we in the gaming industry in regards to machine learning? Is player behavior forecasting realistic at the moment? And what have been the advancements in the last few years, let's say? So I would start with what I see left. So Simo.
Hi, and great to be at the conference. Shame I can't be there, as you say, in person, but thank you for the invitation to speak today. So the question is, where are we today with AI and the gambling industry? Well, I think you're seeing quite a few applications of different forms of analytics and machine learning, predominantly when we think about AI in the gaming industry, and across actually quite a few areas. If you think about compliance, it's a really good fit. A lot of the compliance processes and activities can be supported, whether that's customer onboarding, verifying who a person is, anti-money laundering and fraud detection. We'll talk a little bit more about at-risk gambling detection, but we are doing a lot of work in that space. So on the compliance and regulatory side, it's a really good technology. It can really help improve processing. But I guess, and you mentioned social media, you mentioned the dark side of AI. There's a really strong application in things like content management, so ensuring that what the person sees when they log onto the platform, the site, or their mobile phone is personalized with recommendations. Marketing processes for sure, segmentation of customers, assessing uptake of offers, lifetime value, etc. But also other areas. I think you're beginning to see a little bit more application of forms of AI, chat room management in some verticals like bingo, even chatbots beginning to try and be deployed on platforms, and other things like bots detection in poker, etc. So there's quite a few actual applications. So I think it's a reasonably, I wouldn't say mature, but there's a lot of tools, techniques, technologies that are being used across all of the value chain of gambling. But I'll just pause there for a minute. I'll see whether Michael wants to add anything further to that.
All right, thank you. So, Michael, what's your opinion on this?
Hi. I think what you see or what you've seen lately is that areas like related areas like, responsible gambling, detection of harmful play, then on the other hand, AML, like anti-money laundering and fraud detection, those things seem to move converge a little bit towards each other, because ultimately, you use very similar data. Behavioral patterns are similar, and let's say somebody who might have a gambling problem might also, of course, have less money available, might tend to fraudulent actions. So very often what we see is that you can't really tell, is this now a RG-related case? Is it a fraud case? Is it an AML case? And we see, and I'm sure Simo agrees, within their platform, they do, of course, everything at once, as well as we do, that those teams have to work together more, right? It's about processes at operators, and we see that regulators actively require operators to work together more in those three areas, and of course also in the CRM. So I see a convergence of all those things to, one sort of, approach that casts really a 360-degree view of player behavior, and not so much seeing this as, completely separate things.
So with what we have said, the simple question the simple answer to the question, is player behavior forecasting realistic at the moment? I would say that the short answer is yes, right?
Absolutely. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, especially in online gambling and registered play. You have a lot of rich data, so you can predict and classify future events. It's not a perfect science. We know that. We know that in the case of responsible gambling, for example, it's a complex combination of the product, the person, the place. And we have a lot of data around certain elements of that when we analyze behavior, but we won't always have everything. For example, I won't know the psychological profile of the player necessarily. I won't know all of their personal history of gambling. I won't know what their parents' association was with gambling. I don't necessarily know their financial status, although today, with more modern your customer processes, the requirement for players to provide more transparent information around income and source of wealth is obviously here to stay. So you won't necessarily always get a perfect view, but with sufficient data, with sufficient experience and domain knowledge, we're in a pretty good place to try and understand, predict, etc. In all those different areas that we discussed. So some things are quite mature, like fraud detection, trying to spot a fraudulent transaction, where, from a credit card or debit card. It's probably been around for so long. It's been around for 20 odd years or so that the rates are very, very strong. Whereas, problem gambling detection is a much more complex phenomenon, which takes into account all those things I said. So it's always going to be a little bit harder.
Michael, you are into big data and analysis of those data. So I guess you agree with what Simo has just described.
Yes, absolutely, I do. And with respect to problem gambling, so what we do there is, very often, you would basically assume, it's just data that you track. How do they play? How often do they play? Do they deposit within session? But you mentioned before the social dilemma in Netflix documentary, right? And there they talk a lot about, testing different messages to players, different content, and learning from actually interacting with the player. And that's something where I see the gambling industry moving towards too. And in CRM, of course, you always did it, right? You try out, cross-selling that type of game, that type of game, that type of content. And based on an individual's reaction, you will basically learn and optimize your offer. And that's the same thing. You can do the same thing in responsible gaming. You can provide personalized messages to players, see do they take those messages up. If not, try a different type of message. So, for example, one thing that proves very successful for us is, so if you have somebody who really plays intensely and you show a problematic pattern, and very often those players never withdraw any money, right? They deposit whenever they win, they gamble it away. And if they just, won a significant amount, to them, right, individually, then you can push a message in real time, motivate them to withdraw some of that money. And very often we see that this is successful. And here you see it's not only about, a one-directional process, getting the data, doing the AI. It's about trying different things and learning, how do the players react, and then optimizing your model. And that's, of course, AI-based approach, and you need big data, you need a scalable solution, you need to be able to process in near real time, etc. That's something was probably very expensive maybe 10 years ago. Now with cloud-based solutions, with Google Cloud, Amazon, Microsoft Azure, that's easily possible. And, you don't need the hardware physically within an operator.
Well, you mentioned a few ways that AI can be used in order to create a safer environment, or in order for us to try and influence the player to withdraw, for example, some money and so on. Are there any other, ways that are already in place that AI is used in order to create a safer gambling environment? Simo, any other ways that we can use AI to create a more safe environment?
So what Michael was talking about, the detection of risky patterns, and then the, changing the customer experience to try and moderate their play, is probably the best application if we think about machine learning AI from a responsible gambling perspective. And it's the one that's probably had the most investment and research. But if we think about other potential applications, trying to think a little bit broader, what else is possible. One area that me and my team do a lot of work on is looking at using statistics and machine learning to assess game design, particularly around slots and casino games, and trying to understand whether you can see which features of games could potentially contribute towards harm. It's quite a new area, but it's an area that we're very interested in. I think very early detection of harm, even when you don't have a lot of actual gambling data, is an area that we're interested in, where you can look at other data sets, demographic data, for example. You can look at people's where they live, are they married, their gender, etc. That can be used to try and categorize players early on the registration process. I think other areas that could potentially, you see emotion detection, chatbots, etc., used in other industries. If you look at sort of Google's, voice assistant, it's pretty impressive. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some more applications when eventually there's the investment in those areas in the future as well. And one area I think that could potentially be good is the work that we do today around detecting risky patterns. We can combine that potentially with problem gambling treatment. So if you have an ability to not only detect and predict, but also reason and explain why that prediction worked the way it did, that we think could be used to try and support the conversations problematic players have with potentially with therapists or other platforms to try and help them recover. So definitely some areas. I do think what we're doing at the moment today is probably where most of the investment and expertise is, but I see some potential other areas as well.
You mentioned that it's a complex situation. I mean, it's not that you just get some set of data and then you analyze and you have an output and then you explain it. It's not so simple. So I understand that we need to develop further synergies. So what other field of expertise do you think, or what other stakeholders should be more intensively involved in this effort, joint effort of creating this safer environment, or just prevent people from becoming addicted in this kind of gaming, let's say? And this goes, of course, to both of you.
Michael, would you like to go first?
Sure, thanks. I think, as I said before, the whole spectrum is important here, and it's very interesting. What Simo just mentioned, the game, right? Because ultimately the game is the substance in our case, right? Just like a drug addict has a drug, right? And that's basically what makes him an addict. And I don't want to draw now any apocalyptic pictures, but it's very important to really understand what makes a game very sort of attractive. Of course, on the one hand, of course, it's attractive for the recreational player. On the one hand, it might create problems, and it's a very multi-dimensional area, right? And it might not be the same across players, across trades. I tell you an example now. So we just did a study about mandatory play breaks. So most operators have either a pop-up or mandatory play breaks come in after a player, let's say, plays for 60 minutes, right? Telling them, okay, just played for 60 minutes, or now you have to take a break for a minute or something like that. And we compared, 90 seconds, 5 minutes, and 15-minute play break. So players were shut down either for 90 seconds, 5 or 15 minutes, once they've played for 60 minutes. And interestingly, what we found is that, highest predictor for somebody to really stop playing and make a long play pause was whether they been clicking on the links in the pop-up message, right? So there were some links to responsible gaming, to terminate the session. And that's something, that's very specific because we just set up the experiment that way. If we hadn't had any links in the pop-up message, then we wouldn't have come up with that type of result. So it's very specific. You have to try out a lot of stuff. You have to sort of, experiment. You have to do A/B testing in a really constant way. And that's, I think what makes it so interesting. It's not just, one-dimensional, okay, you lose a lot and you're a problem player. There are so many variables to that. And most of them, of course, are conceit, like Simo said. We don't know how this person feels at home. We don't know if they just lost their job. We don't know if they just, inherited some money. Those are things that we have no idea about. We can only work with what we know about the player. Simo, please.
Thanks, Michael. And I would add, if we think about who else should be involved in this, the whole user experience is really important. If you think about responsible gambling, it should be a a normal part of gambling. It shouldn't be a separate, special part of the user experience. I have to click here to access responsible gambling. It should be designed. If you think about the choice architecture when you log onto your mobile or the desktop, these things should be designed just like in social media. When I'm prompted on LinkedIn, I'll get something to prompt me to look. Somebody's liked this, somebody's tagged you. We should be using the same techniques to try and encourage people to access our G tools and monitor their spend and provide information on the onboarding process in a really seamless manner. It should be really designed in a way that it's part of the experience. And I think the industry probably has got a long way to go there. We have never thought about responsible gambling as an integral part. In the past, it's always been a compliance activity and you have to do set things. So for sure, yeah, I agree, marketing, user design, whether it's onboarding, customer service, they should all have access to this data and information, and it should be designed to be seamless.
Yeah, I was really, I really like the fact that you mentioned design from the beginning, because as we described, the whole process is clearly a design thinking process. So I guess with that, we need to develop, first of all, the empathy. We need to understand the user, to know as much as possible, yes, about his personality, about his situation, when does he or she gambles, and so on, and then develop various A/B models, try things out, evaluate, test, iterate. I mean, it's a constant process, I guess. And as we said, AI has been around for many years. I guess it has been focusing on the gambling industry for a few years now. So what can we anticipate for the next 5 to 10 years? How will the AI and machine learning, interact with the gambling industry in the next 5 to 10 years? Where do things go from here? What do you think, Simo?
So I was thinking about this before, and I'm going to I won't think about it necessarily from a commercial perspective and where will the products go, but I'll try and think about it from a sort of a responsible gambling and a compliance perspective. So I think if you think about the next 5 years, I think we need to embrace AI and deploy it and test it and optimize it and make it improve it, because it's not perfect today. And one of the areas I think is quite important is being able to understand the reasoning behind the AI. We call it explainable AI. So not just relying purely on the predictions and classifications, but having some way to interrogate how the machine has made its decision. So this ability for the human and the machine to work quite closely together is quite important. We talked about integrations, APIs, these application programming interfaces are really important to fully integrate AI. As Michael said earlier, he talked about fraud and AML and marketing. We want to share this data throughout the organization. So being able to seamlessly not only calculate risk scores, but share that across the organization, I think is really important. So it is truly integrated. And you touched upon this earlier, the ethics around AI. I think there will be much more focus on disclosure and transparency. So it's very hard for regulators to know what good looks like. It's very hard to regulate AI because it's a new technology and it's continually evolving. And I'd argue you don't necessarily want to regulate it because you want people to invest in it and come up with new solutions. But so I don't believe in regulating, but I believe the industry needs to be more transparent in how it uses it, how the models work, success rates. Not only are models accurate, but also, are the campaigns working? Michael talks about research, when we try something and we intervene, does it actually work? So being much more open around things like that as well. So I see those areas becoming much more prevalent in the next 5 years.
Michael, where do you think we should go in the next 5 years, or where are we going in the next 5 years?
Yeah. I think that AI will be much more, or should be much more, and will be much more player focused. Whereas before, let's say it started with, I'm talking now from an RG point of view. It started with, can I detect, problematic play? Okay. Then, of course, the industry realized, and regulators, of course, realized you can use this actually to intercept player journeys, right? to interact with players at a very early point of time. I mean, I really like to, think of other industries, right? For example, everybody who has an iPhone, weekly you get a feedback how much you've been using, what type of application. It's very nice design, right? I mean, you like to look at, in some, for most of us, it's probably depressing how often it's on Facebook, Instagram and stuff. But I mean, it's not something, I sort of, refuse to look at because it's a sort of RG tool, right? It's a widget, it's a piece of information. And I think over the next couple of years, those types of, feedbacks and information will be much more integrated into operator sites. You won't have to navigate down, 3 sections to find my player profile, but it will be there, very easily accessible at every point of time on each and every operator site.
Thank you so much. We had a message like 3 minutes ago that we have 3 minutes left. So, and I see also Melanie here. So I would like to thank you. If you have any final remarks that you would like to make, I think we have tried to cover as much as possible, present and future. So if not, I would like to thank you both. I believe that AI is definitely a tool to our hands. It can help us make better judgment, but of course, the human factor, the human skills, we need to develop as well. Empathy, communication, teamwork will help us, I think, prevent unwanted behaviors, both online and offline. So thank you so much. And Melanie, the digital floor is back to you.
Thank you very much, Mela, for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Behavioural insights in safer gambling is a topic Simon McNair will present. Simon is Policy Advisor, Consumers and Business, the Behavioural Insights team. Mr. McNair, Simon.
Good morning. Thank you very, very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity this morning to speak to you about the work that we're currently doing at the Behavioural Insights team in the UK. As mentioned, I'm Policy Advisor at the Behavioural Insights team. And the Behavioural Insights team is a social purpose research consultancy. We were originally set up in 2010 by the UK government with the aim of applying behavioural science to public policy. We're widely known as the world's first nudge unit. And in 2014, we spun out from government and became our own company. So today, what I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about how we at the Behavioural Insights team have been applying behavioural insights to understand gambling behaviour, and particularly how we might inform safer gambling. I'll start by giving you a very quick introduction to what we actually mean by this idea of behavioural insights, before covering a little bit about what a behavioural insights perspective can bring to our understanding of gambling behaviour. I'll then detail some of the work that we've already completed in this space, as well as tell you about some of our ongoing field trials with online operators here in the UK. Okay, so first things first, we need to establish what I actually mean by this term behavioural insights. So broadly speaking, behavioural insights involves an understanding of the psychology of how people make everyday decisions. That is an understanding of how our brains actually work whenever we're weighing up information, for instance, in order to make a particular choice. And it also involves an understanding of how the structure of the environment actually influences how people make those choices and decisions. So for instance, the kind of information that I provide to somebody, the way that I provide it to them, goes a long way to determining how they make a choice as well, as we'll see as I get into my talk a little bit later. Okay, so to illustrate this kind of thinking or this kind of idea, I want to play a very quick game, and I want everybody who's watching to follow along in your head. Okay, so on each of my next few slides, you will see a word on screen. And I want you to tell yourself, what is the color of the font of the word? Okay, I'm going to move through the next few slides a little bit rapidly, so keep up. And here we go. Remember, what is the color of the font that you're seeing? Okay, so the first few of those were pretty easy, right? And it gets trickier a little bit later on because our brain gets a little bit conflicted by what the word is telling us and what the color is that we see. And what this serves to demonstrate is that our brains have two different modes of operation whenever we're thinking about choices and decisions. And we call these systems System 1 and System 2. And this is an idea in psychology that was popularized by a well-known psychologist and a Nobel laureate called Daniel Kahneman. They explain a little bit about what these two systems do. System 1 is our default mode of operation. It helps us to make rapid decisions. It doesn't waste its time with in-depth analysis. It likes to cut corners. More often than not, that's fine to get us through the day. But sometimes, as we see, as I get into my talk later, it can mean that we are biased in how we make our choices. System 2 is the slower, more effortful system. It likes to take its time and work out all of the details. Very methodical, but it's also effortful. We need to want to think in System 2 terms, and often we don't really want to. The issue is that because System 1 tends to cut corners, it's subject to bias, often without our conscious awareness. And these biases can often be triggered by the structure of the environment. The task that you just completed is a kind of an illustrative example of this. Okay, so at the Behavioural Insights team, what we're really about is about using these kinds of empirical findings about how people make decisions to inform the development of more effective policies and procedures. We want to try and develop or refine policies and systems with a better understanding of how System 1 and System 2 will influence decision-making in a given situation. To do this, we're typically about conducting large-scale experimental field trials where we assess the impact of behavioural interventions on target behaviours and use these insights to make evidence-based policy recommendations. So what can a behavioural insights perspective tell us about gambling behaviour and particularly safer gambling? I should say that all of the research that I'll talk about in the remainder of this talk is being funded through grants that have been awarded to the Behavioural Insights team by Gamble Aware here in the UK. So our work has broadly over the past sort of 2 years followed two phases. And in phase one of our research, which really wrapped up in 2018, we started with a very blank slate with respect to what behavioural insights might be able to tell us about gambling behaviour. Our central question and aim that you'll see at the very bottom of this screen in the blue box was to understand what kinds of behavioural insights and what kinds of behavioural insights interventions could potentially encourage safer gambling. In order to start to get at the answer to that question, we engaged in a large variety of different exploratory research activities, including using data science and modeling to identify the most useful behavioral predictors of risky gambling, using data from real customers of online operators in the UK. We also used a range of qualitative interviews with gamblers and also with operators to understand more about the kinds of choice environments in online gambling and the interactions that exist between gamblers and operators and their platforms. Finally, we also conducted what we call a behavioural audit, whereby our researchers actually signed up as new customers to a wide range of online operators available in the UK in order to gain first-hand experience of using these platforms and to identify where there might be opportunities for behavioural insights to affect positive change. What I'm really going to focus on in the remainder of the research that I present today will be what we've learned particularly from these particular elements of our initial work, particularly coming from our qualitative research and also from our behavioural audit as well. So keeping this idea of System 1 and System 2 thinking in our minds, some key insights that we gained from this initial phase of research that represented what we thought were real opportunities for behavioural interventions, included we observed that it's typically very easy to access a multitude of different games or different betting opportunities online. It's often not as equivalently easy to access safer gambling tools themselves. So those are really first real important observation that we made. Secondly, we saw many instances where a psychological phenomenon called anchoring could influence the kinds of choices that people make. And I'll talk a lot more about anchoring a little bit later. Finally, we also determined that the often very immersive nature of online gambling, this includes things like the visual aesthetics, the sounds that people hear and everything that people see, could lead to what we call a hot decision state that could undermine people's self-control. Again, this is something I'll go into a little bit more detail on a little bit later. So each of these three issues has formed the basis of a subsequent field trial that we then conducted with a major online gambling operator in the UK. So the first of these trials was completed in 2018, and it was founded on our observation that safer gambling tools can be often tricky to locate on these online platforms and not as easy to access as you might imagine. For example, what we found was that some operators feature prominent links to safer gambling messaging and information in their top site navigation, but often these links to pages that just contain information about the safer gambling tools without actually directly linking people to the tools themselves. That necessitates that people then actually have to take another set of steps to locate the tools on a different part of the site, for instance, and set that tool up. So our first trial simply involved reducing the number of steps required of people to directly access safer gambling tools. And Michael R., I think, kind of alluded to something similar in the past talk about directly kind of confronting people with timeout tools, for instance. We ran 2 trials to test this intervention, one with Sky Betting and Gaming here in the UK and one with Bet365. And in these trials, what we did was either A, included a direct link to safer gambling tools as part of a standard safer gambling email that was sent out to customers, or B, we served people a direct pop-up notification whenever they logged into the online platform that contained a direct link to the safer gambling tools. For the sake of time, I'm going to focus on the results from the Sky Betting and Gaming portion of that trial, which involved the email intervention that I just mentioned there. The bars that you see on screen here represent the proportions of people who use the safer gambling tool after having received the email communication about responsible gambling. What we found was that in the business as usual condition, whereby the email sent to the customer did not contain any direct link to the safer gambling tools, about 7% of people subsequently then navigated to the responsible gambling tool and actually set it up and used it. But in our redesigned versions of these emails that contain direct links to those tools, seen here in the 3rd and 4th bars on screen, what we saw was a significant increase of about 1.5% in terms of the overall proportions of people who were then actually accessing and using those safer gambling tools. So about a 23% relative increase. What we're showing here really is that by having an understanding of how System 1 likes to cut corners, we can design interactions in ways that leverage this for good by just making it slightly simpler and easier for people to access these tools. So moving on to now our ongoing trials that are currently live. Our next set of trials are focusing more on implementing changes to the tools themselves. So we're actually looking at implementing changes to deposit limit tools rather than looking at how to change how people access those tools. In the first of these 2 new trials, we're focused on what I mentioned earlier as the psychological phenomenon of anchoring. To explain a little bit more about what anchoring is, when we make choices or decisions, a long-standing finding in psychology research is that we innately fixate on an initial piece of information and make our decision based on that. This is another example of how System 1 likes to cut corners, which means in turn that this process can be biased, particularly by environmental factors. A classic example to illustrate this involves a study in a supermarket that showed that placing a sign that said limit of 12 cans per person next to a display of soup cans led to twice as many cans of soup being sold compared to whenever no such sign was present. And so what was happening in this instance is the brain anchors on the number of 12 and adjusts downward from that in order to make a choice. Okay, so how might this phenomenon of anchoring apply in the context of safer gambling? So our trial is looking at how anchoring might affect how people set deposit limits or their choice of deposit limit. Deposit limit tools in online platforms typically appear very much as you see here, which is our control condition in our trial. It involves a drop-down menu of denominations that typically offer people a range of values to set as a deposit limit. But more often than not, these ranges of denominations go into typically hundreds of thousands of pounds or euros or dollars. So we're seeing very high numbers or very high anchors that people are being confronted with here. Our concern is that people may anchor to those very high denominations and as a result set higher deposit limits. And this could ultimately put people at greater risk of harm. So what interventions are we trialing? We are changing the design of the standard deposit limit tool in one of 2 ways, each of which is based around the idea of removing these high anchors from view, essentially. In the first treatment condition, what we're doing is changing the range of values that people actually see. So we're lowering it from, in the case of our experiment, £100,000 to having an upper limit of £250. It's still the case that people can set higher limits if they want. So it's not about removing that choice. It's just there's an extra step involved if people want to set a higher limit. It's about removing that immediately visible higher set of anchors. So that's one way that we're changing the deposit limit tool. The other way that we're changing it is to get rid of all denominations. And so instead, just having a free text box that people can simply type in their number up to a maximum of £100,000. And so they're not confronted with any anchors whatsoever. In this experiment, which is ongoing in the minute, so I'm not able to share findings. Unfortunately, what we're measuring is not only the size of the deposit limit that people ultimately choose to put in place, we're also measuring things like how much they deposit in the subsequent 30 days after they set their deposit limit, and a range of other betting behaviors as well. That's one of our ongoing trials at the minute. Our second ongoing trial at the minute is again looking at how we can change the functionality of deposit limit tools through a behavioral insights lens. One really interesting thing that we learned from our qualitative research that I alluded to earlier was that people can often become very engrossed in their online gambling and go into what psychologists would call a hot state. So a hot state is very similar to being under mental stress, and it's a time whenever system one is very much in control. So this can have real implications for people staying in control of their behavior whenever they're in these hot states. In this trial, what we want to try and do is disrupt these hot states by taking advantage of periods whenever gamblers are in a relatively cold state, whenever they might be thinking a little bit more clearly about their own behavior. So what we're doing is at the point of opting to set a deposit limit, we are asking people to indicate, if they wish to set a kind of a personal reason. Why is it that you're choosing to set a deposit limit right now? And people are being given a list of different options that they can choose. And what we'll do is we actually will remind them, we'll serve them reminders of this reason as to why they've opted to set a deposit limit at various points over the subsequent number of weeks. And we're hopeful that might disrupt periods of hot state thinking and ultimately help people to stay in control and stay in check with their deposit limits. Again, this trial is currently ongoing, so I'm not able to share any findings. Unfortunately, the findings from both of these trials are forthcoming. However, the results and the recommendations coming out of our initial phase 1 research that I mentioned earlier are currently available in this report that you see on screen. You can find this report online at GambleAware's website, which is simply gambleaware.org. Alternatively, please feel very, very free to reach out to me directly if you would like to receive a copy of that report, or indeed if you've got any questions about any of the research that I've presented today, or if you'd like to be informed about when our next reports are due, one of which is due before the end of this year on the anchoring report, and our report on the commitment devices trial will be due out in Q1 2021. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Simon. Well, your example with the soup cans in the supermarket obviously explains the people. It explains the behavior of people rushing to supermarkets now to buy things like toilet roll because of the COVID restrictions. So it's basically what is put into our brains that you won't be able to have that in the near future. So just buy it up now.
Very, very much so. There's definitely what we call a scarcity mindset that takes hold in these kinds of situations. I think it's on people to anchoring can be used for good. Sometimes it goes wrong, but I think the example that you've alluded to is maybe a situation where it needs to be used for good to stop people from panic buying.
Well, yes, it's like a knife. You can use it to kill somebody, but at the same time, you can use it to cut bread. So it's the same object, but you use it for two different things, for good and for bad. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And let's move on to our next presentation by Jonathan Park, Director at SOPRO. He's online for his presentation, Product Design and Safer Gambling. Jonathan? Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, so I thought we would like to, probably the best way to use 10 minutes, which isn't a huge amount, is to try and do three things. I think talk briefly about what we think product risk actually is in gambling. Consider some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that exist, and three, try to give some examples of each, because it is a very complex and and increasingly a very contentious area. So I think it's very helpful to try to think about what's stopping us from getting to where we want to be, particularly when we have so many different stakeholders that have an interest in this. So, starting, I guess, from the basics, what is product risk? And for me, this kind of graphic is probably the simplest way to think about it, where you imagine from an epidemiological point of view, you have three main kind of groups of causes that cause something that might be harmful or might threaten public health. So individual differences, that can be anything from biological vulnerability, motivations, different needs, personality factors. You have the environment. You could have a wider environment that could include culture, advertising, through to kind of situational site-based factors in a very narrow environment. Everything from the colors of the carpet through to music that might be playing in the background. And then, of course, we have product risk, which we want to look at today. So, again, another visual, because I think there's so much involved in this. Sometimes it's helpful just to have a look at it. If we're talking about what is product risk, I think it's helpful to break it down into all these different little building blocks that could have an effect on behavior. And you can break these down by category. So, for example, speed and continuity of play may be affected by these different types of features that may influence behavior, may influence cognition. And if we take an example, and what's interesting, by the way, is here we have probably around 150 to 200 studies. And even in some of the areas, this area which I'm going to exemplify now, the near win, this is probably the most researched area in the field, somewhere between around 50 or 60 studies. And I think there's still a lot that we don't know. So what do we know about a near win? Well, it would be defined as a losing outcome that is perceived to be as close to being successful. But why is it risky? Well, research tends to suggest that it is because of anticipation, uncertainty, and excitement, the buildup of almost winning before you actually find out if you have not. And particularly whenever the game or the thing on offer that you might win is greater in value. So, for example, larger wins and bonus games if you're playing a slot. Research has also shown that persistence can be a result of what we call cognitive regret. That thing where common metaphor would be trying to hook that fish that nearly got away, that as humans, when we get close to achieving something, from a cognitive perspective and emotional perspective, we want to try to complete that behavior successfully. And also, where there's an element of skill, there's a potential where you think you can get better at it, you can develop skills, particularly for games such as sports betting, poker. One of the challenges, though, is out of those 50 or 60 studies, there's this situation where a lot of them have found no convincing support. And even those studies that have found convincing support, they might have found, for example, that when there's a near miss, it increases excitement or arousal or dopamine. And the problem is you have to take that link to how relevant is that in determining what level of harm is caused. And some of the reason for the differences in how we view experimental research in the lab is because quite often researchers, participants in the research, for example, are new, it's a new environment, and they're only observed for a very brief period of time. So if you compare that to a gambler who's been playing for many years, might have a favorite game, there's a question of if they're exposed to a near miss for a repeated number of times, do they become desensitized to that near win? They don't see it as valuable. It doesn't have the same potentially risky effects. But even despite that example, there are quite a few areas where there are at least some types of consensus that if we're saying what are the things that would define a risky product? Well, for one, and probably the biggest one, is the fact that if a game is fast and continuous, then there are a range of different implications from that. So the most obvious one would be that you can spend money quicker, if all the other characteristics of the game are the same, then you can spend money quicker. We heard some of the earlier speakers talk about a hot state of mind. And faster games tend to inhibit decision-making, inhibit self-control. There's been some preliminary findings that even as much as 5 seconds break in play can improve how we think and make decisions and exhibit control whenever we're gambling. Other potential risk factors are prompt feedback on outcomes, how quickly, and also how quickly you can lose money, but also how quickly you can win money. And we refer to that as volatility. Are you winning lots of little prizes in a row, or is it more unpredictable? Are there longer periods of losses, and then you might have unpredictably a substantially larger win relative to your stake? And of course, the higher the cost to play the game is also a risk factor. And situated around this, and to the research that we just heard about before, in the last speaker, a big factor that often gets ignored is how is it situated within choice architecture. And again, I'll come back and talk about that briefly at the end. So what are the knowledge gaps? We know a little bit about some key areas. One of the problems, though, is that even for those key areas where we know quite a lot, there's not enough precision, and particularly if we're thinking about businesses, if we're thinking about regulators trying to make decisions. Okay, we know that fast, continuous games might be a risk factor. We know some of the implications, some of the impacts. But how fast is too fast? Is half a second too fast? Is 2.5 seconds too fast? Is 10 seconds too fast? And it's those kinds of thresholds that we don't have enough information to really be confident in the types of decisions we're making when it comes to safer gambling policy. We also, and I think Michael Auer referred to this earlier, is that most research looks at individual characteristics one at a time, individually. And in many ways, when you're doing that kind of research, it's important because you want to be able to determine if an impact on behavior is actually due to changes in one or two things. And that's why you have to separate it down. But then we have to build that back up again and look at whenever you have a high stake, what are the other things that cause risk alongside it? So, for example, you could have a high stake, but if the game is relatively slow, if there are breaks in play, if it has a high return to player, those things might mean that the risk in terms of cost would be lower than you might otherwise have thought. And then, again, another point that both Michael and Simo had made earlier is how do risks have an impact depending on the individual. So, for example, a point that I made earlier, what's more risky? A game that has lots of small wins or a game that has fewer higher wins? Well, then you might ask, well, does the player have experience of playing, or are they a newer player, a casual player? And you might argue, and there's some preliminary evidence to suggest that newer players or casual players will prefer to play the games where there's lots of small wins and things happening to keep their interest, whereas more experienced, more involved, and potentially more vulnerable players get caught up in a cycle of trying to chase larger wins. And particularly for something like a slot, it's very difficult for them to stop playing because they know from experience that sometimes when they decided to keep going and try and win some of their money back, they would get that big win. And that sticks with them. And it's very hard. That's what we refer to as the partial reinforcement extinction effect. It's just hard when the next win might be that one spin away. So the difficulty is trying to take all this and apply it. And so it's easier to say, well, we know the fast continuous games are risky. It's not as straightforward to work out what should be done about it. How fast should the game be? How long should the breaks be? When basically you're dealing with one or two studies that have found some tentative findings. What are the challenges? Well, apart from knowledge gaps, which is clearly quite a sizable challenge, you have something, and again, this has been alluded to today, you have the issue of competing incentives. You have profit versus well-being and public health. And typically the response to this is regulation. But of course, going back to knowledge gaps, the regulator's job in trying to mitigate product risk is incredibly difficult because it's not clear what restrictions should be made and what the implications are. And critically, particularly with product design, what are the unintended consequences that could result? In a lot of jurisdictions at the minute, there's a lot of pressure, both publicly, coming from concern groups, coming from charities, to make changes to product as soon as possible in key areas, whether that be stake, speed. But again, a lot of the same challenges apply. Precision to know exactly what to do, because with all these things, trying to make key important decisions when it comes to safer gambling policy, there's an opportunity cost. And when you get it wrong, there are implications for the things that you might have done that might have had less of an impact on game appeal and had a stronger, more efficient, more effective impact on trying to reduce harm. This is a big one, consensus on principles. So who and how do you decide to what extent or what level of risk would be acceptable? If there's a product classification tool to identify how risky is this product before you bring it to market, how do you decide, or what is the cutoff point? What is the threshold for deciding this feature or this game is too risky? And again, that relates to the competing incentives and trying to work out how to take those key decisions when at the minute a lot of the key stakeholders aren't communicating as well as they could. Obviously, a big one for this particular market is that I don't think it's an exaggeration to say on a daily basis, we have new games, new features, virtually an endless set of configurations for how all those different building blocks I showed earlier in the talk come together to make a product. I think one example of unintended consequences might be displacement. So if you have a situation where in a market you are restricting one type of product or one sector in a market, there is, I think, a pretty reasonable theoretical case, at least, for displacement to either other areas of the market, other types of product. And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. If you're making changes to products that makes a player not want to play it anymore and move somewhere else, and I guess that could include the black market, what are the implications for that? And of course, a big one is, I think in this particular area, what is difficult is there's, in my view, quite a big overlap between game appeal and product risk. A lot of the same things that makes a player want to play it, the needs that it satisfies. So for example, a piece of research that we did with Kindred, we surveyed just over 1,000 players and found that certain games, for example, slots, that are fast, continuous, allow you to have some level of detachment, are really attractive to those individuals who want to relax, or at a more clinical level, who want to dissociate, have avoidant coping, basically escape temporarily from whatever stress. And a big one is, how do we assess risk? So if we go back to the near miss, one of the very common approaches to try to assess risk, because if you think about how do we minimize risk with products, it's a multi-stage process. The first stage being, well, where is the risk coming from? And here's just an example of the challenges that we have. So ASTRIG is a risk assessment protocol, and for near miss, it would score risk from 0 to 10 based on this scoring. And so there might be some questions relating to that. So for example, why is it based on intention of having a near miss as opposed to what the actual impact of near miss is? I mean, this particular type of near miss is the most common when anyone thinks of a near miss, but actually over the last 50 years, near misses have changed considerably. So this is my point. Here, using this risk assessment protocol, the risk posed from this particular type of game feature where you're almost nearly winning with 3 symbols on the line would be scored 10 out of 10 because of intention. But when you compare it to how near misses has evolved, and this is just this next slide is just a recent example. It's a personal example for me. And actually, I'm interested in I don't get a chance to, I used to be very interested in various forms of betting, and I don't get a chance much anymore. But what I do is daily fantasy sports betting at the weekend. I'm interested in NFL. In this particular example, what happens, for anyone who doesn't know, daily fantasy sports betting, you pick players, and essentially you get points for the players that you pick for your team. And the more points you get, the greater the prize. Now, what's interesting here is, in this particular example, NFL happens overnight sometimes, obviously, with being a U.S. game. But what happened in this case is I was 0.05 away from getting the jackpot. And in this particular game, there was 100,000 players or more in this particular game. So the top prize was something like $10,000. It was $1 to enter. And so my point here is that, A, this is not intentionally engineered into the game. You have 6 hours of games, hundreds of players that you pick, and I think you pick, in this example, I think you pick 9 different players, and it can result from the dying minutes of one game and just one player making a catch that you move from winning maybe 10,000 euros or $10,000 to winning $5 or €5, because the pace, the win distribution is very skewed towards the jackpot. And for me, this would be an example of something that might be 9 or 10, and comparing the old style of near win, you might that would maybe be, for me, be like a 3 out of 10 in terms of risk. So my point is simply that there are so many challenges in trying to get this right, of which assessing risk is just one of them. Mm-hmm. And just one last quick point here is that what's interesting about daily fantasy sports is that while the near miss might be, in my view, very strong, the range of other factors around it, like the fact that it's discontinuous. There are breaks. Mm-hmm. So if I get frustrated, and as our previous speaker spoke about a hot state of thinking, I have to wait to the next event. In some cases, it might be days, it might be weeks before I can play it again. And that's why the combination. So in terms of my final slide, I've alluded to a lot of the challenges and complexities and the contentious nature of this particular topic. But in my view, if I was to be asked, well, what does the future look like? I think, while easier said than done, it can be boiled down to a concurrent strategy of doing 2 things. The first one is taking immediate action where we think that we can. And again, the previous speaker, I think, made some good points, because choice architecture for me is one of the most basic. And to make the point, even if we had all the information we'd ever need, we can't make all the changes at once, because changes take time. And so, as an example of something that can be done immediately, I find it very bizarre that even today, it's much more difficult to withdraw money from online gambling sites than it is to deposit. That, we had the example of scarcity in the previous talk, and on a lot of online websites, the reverse approach is applied, where they put up availability is another form of cognitive heuristic, where on the side of the screen they're showing you all the different prizes that you can win. They're showing, Joe from Colorado has just won €100, and there's a scroll. There's a range of different ways that these things can have an impact, and they don't necessarily have any impact on gameplay.
We really do have to wrap up, because we are way over time with your presentation. Could you please?
No problem. I can wrap. I'll wrap up. So the point is that there are. I think the way forward with this is to start looking at ways that we can make changes immediately. And there are quite a few things that can change without even necessarily having an impact on how the player experiences the game, how appealing it is for them to play a particular game. But at the same time, we need evidence, and evidence particularly in collaboration with industry, with real players, real data, with real consequences to their actions. And just the final statement I'd make is, there are a series of requirements that's needed to be able to do that. And that's where the challenge is. The biggest one probably being, given the range of different stakeholders, competing incentives relating to product risk, is agreeing how we do it in terms of agreeing goals and agreeing the principles. And the big one being, if we're going to get evidence, particularly if we're collaborating with industry, are all stakeholders willing to accept that as evidence? What is the burden of proof that we need to make key decisions? And I don't think we have that agreement yet.
Okay, so thank you very much.
We're going over.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Park. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Responsible marketing, advertising, and safe game design is the subject of our next panel discussion. The moderator is Jörg Hoffmann, partner at Melcher's law firm. Mr. Hoffmann, good afternoon this time from Cyprus. We've already said good morning today. Could you unmute your microphone, please?
Yes, here I am. Hope you can hear me.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon from Cyprus.
Thank you.
So the digital floor is yours. You will introduce your next speakers.
Of course, absolutely, yes. Let me first introduce the topic. We're talking about advertising, and advertising starts to make operators, brands, products, and services known. This is exactly what many people like. Nevertheless, this is exactly what many people don't like. No doubt information has its value, it's important. Responsibility makes the difference. This is what we will be talking about now, responsible advertising, responsible marketing. And I have the pleasure to welcome, joining me on this panel, Mrs. Vasiliki Panouzi, who is Manager of EU Affairs with EGBA, stands for European Gaming and Betting Association in Belgium. And also Mr. Andy Taylor, who is the Regulatory Policy Executive of the Committee of Advertising Practices, CAP, United Kingdom. And he can provide the view of the regulator, the view of the Advertising Standard Authority as well as of CAP. And Vasiliki will bring the impact, the input of the industry, because there are many, many members with EGBA who are the leading operators established and licensed across the European Union. Unfortunately, Mrs. Rona Kasapi cannot join us due to mental reasons, due to ill health reasons, and we're sending our best wishes for a speedy recovery. We're missing you. But I think it's a very important panel here, and a very interesting panel. I can't think of a better panel discussion between industry and industry bodies and regulators on the other side when it comes to the very important point, what does it mean if we talk about responsible advertising, responsible market? Let me start with Andrew. Usually it's ladies first, but here's a certain order. Andrew, the UK started a quite liberalized approach to regulate the market, both for gambling in general and for the advertisers' freedom to promote its services. That goes back to 2005, 2007, the early days of the Gambling Act. Now, there are very serious social political pressure driving forwards for that to change. Can you please provide us an outline of what's happening in the UK at the moment?
Of course. Good morning, everybody. The UK, as you're saying, sorry, my microphone is feeding back there. Should I be on mute, possibly? Okay, it's gone. Okay, sorry about that. False start. The UK has an incredibly liberalised framework for gambling as a product category and also in terms of its advertising and marketing. This came around from the 2005 Gambling Act, and that came into force in 2007, and effectively it gave gambling operators quite significant new freedoms to promote their products, not only stimulate demand. Before time, there were restrictions on this notion of stimulating unnatural demand for gambling. Gambling was sort of hidden away in bookies, shops, and so forth. This was something designed to reflect the changes that the internet had brought about. Unsurprisingly, when you liberalize a market and you create a lot of advertising freedoms, you tend to get a lot more of that product, a lot of competition and so forth, and the driver of competition is advertising. Controlling that from the very first, very off in this process was basically a core requirement of the changes. Our gambling commission, the GB Gambling Commission, asked us, the UK's ad regulator, to create dedicated rules. So we have had standards in place now since 2007 for the whole period that the liberalisation has occurred. Those standards are very simple. You don't direct advertising at under 18s, and you don't include irresponsible content, which might appeal unduly to under 18s. Obviously, they're not of age to gamble, or that might exploit people's susceptibilities in terms of problem gambling, in terms of their mental, moral well-being, their aspirations and self-esteem issues, and so forth. So we've had a pretty strong framework in place for some time. Unfortunately, we are dealing here not just with advertising from the perspective of a regulatory, so from a regulatory perspective. We're also dealing with a wider question at a societal level about the place of gambling in the UK, its visibility, its availability, and while obviously the vast majority of people who use gambling products can do so safely and with very low risks, for some people gambling is incredibly harmful and incredibly damaging. And what we're seeing here is the framework that we've developed over the past decade in terms of controlling the advertising is increasingly being called into question. And I think this comes firstly from that groundswell of societal concern about gambling as a product, but also I think as well because of the competitive nature of the market. Marketing is quite aggressive, it's quite pervasive, there is lots of it. Not unreasonably, advertisers are allowed to do that, but they're pushing boundaries, significant volumes of ads. We see it around sports, we see it particularly in online and targeted advertising. Marketers are not unreasonably looking for account sign-ups and so forth, with deposit bonuses and all of these forms of promotion. And what we're basically seeing is the pushback, I think, from that phenomenon that we've seen over the past decade, where at very serious political levels there are quite considerable concerns. The UK government, where during the election in December, announced that it would review this year the Gambling Act, and it would look at advertising. So effectively, we have come, I think, pretty much full circle in terms of the Act's permissiveness to a point in time where there are lots of questions, lots of voices in the public sphere in the UK who are questioning whether gambling should be so open in accessibility and whether, obviously, its advertising should be visible as well. And we're hearing, and this is not perhaps from government, but just as a final point, we're hearing increasingly public health voices talking about things like tobacco as being the kind of model of regulation or a case study in terms of how this should be controlled. So it is quite serious at the moment. From our perspective as a regulator, we continue to do our job in terms of maintaining standards, but obviously we have to understand that it is a higher question for the elected government to look at the fundamental sort of frameworks, the boundaries in which we operate. So it's interesting times in the UK.
Absolutely, and well, that was brilliant. That was not just in a nutshell. We can stop the discussion here because the information you provided is everything you can say. Maybe one question left. It's interesting that there will be new regulation and reviewing advertising regulation as well. I think we're all keen to learn what do we have to expect? What is realistic? What would you say?
It's very difficult to tell. I think UK, those with knowledge of the UK will know the recent fixed odds betting terminals. I say recent, probably over the past 5 years or so. The review of the amount of staking allowed in fixed odds betting terminals, a very big campaign happening around that with various public political figures pushing for that to be much tighter. We've already had various voices, quite important political voices, calling for significant new restrictions on gambling advertising. Now, our perspective on this is we're an evidence-based regulator. We do not regulate gambling. We're not here to control the products. That's for the Gambling Commission. That's for the legislation and the licenses that they are responsible for. Our job is to look at what advertising does. And I know that might seem a bit strange in the sense that we're sort of separating off advertising from the product. Obviously, we have to have regard to the nature of the product. But our focus is on when people interact with advertising, is there evidence of harms occurring? Now, this is why this debate, I think, is difficult. The answer to that, for the most part, is no. Gambling advertising does not have this sort of hypodermic effect of channeling information into people's minds and manipulating them. the reality of most advertising is that people don't pay attention to it. Advertising has to fight for the consumer's moment's notice in order to have the potential even to influence them. So what we're trying to do is to create a fair balance, a reasonable and proportionate approach, which allows advertisers the opportunity or to enjoy the freedoms that the law grants them, but at the same time focuses on the problem that we face here and with a lot of advertising regulation issues. And that is that there are a small number of people, or a small percentage of people, it can be quite a large number, who have very or quite serious problems in terms of gambling advertising, and also at the same time other defined vulnerable groups. I shouldn't call under 18s a small group, there's obviously quite a lot of them, but these are the groups that we need to protect. So our focus is on delivering sort of a space in which responsible marketers can flourish, can compete and so forth, but at the same time to reduce or to eliminate those practices which are potentially problematic, could potentially influence or cause harm. But overall, I think the picture is not a terrible one, but I think the problem in the UK is that the sort of the regulatory sort of facts of the matter and so forth must also be considered against sort of public feeling. People are concerned about gambling. They see it as an activity with the potential to cause significant harm, and it has, I'm not being controversial to say, it has a bad reputation, and the sort of in-your-face style of marketing approaches are basically tapping into that. And we're an evidence-based regulator, but we also have to recognise as well that people. This is a democracy. If people have a feeling or an ill feeling about a particular product area, they can go through their representatives to change legislation and so forth. So we're sort of on a bit of horns of a dilemma. I think our system is reasonably effective, but ultimately the industry in the UK has an image problem, and I know that it has made some quite significant steps, particularly of late, through the Betting and Gaming Council and various activities around creating voluntary codes of conduct to try to rein in excesses and so forth. But ultimately, we are coming, I think, to a crunch time. We don't know what's going to happen, and I would say, in terms of government reviewing legislation around advertising, this is to be welcomed. This type of oversight is necessary. It's been 15 years now. We need someone to run the rule over us to make sure that we're getting it right, to open it to public scrutiny. But it will be, I think, a very interesting 12, 18 months to see what the outputs of this are.
Thank you very much. Well, Vicky, I think you will concur with what Andy said. The industry has a reputation problem, and that is basically the door we need to open to solve this problem. The industry, as unified in your association, sees this problem not as a domestic problem, that's an international, that's a European problem. Sometimes it's questioned by society and different forces, but looking at the issue of advertising and marketing and those restrictions were very different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. What is the approach of ACPA? Recently, or earlier this year, you established and presented a code of conduct on responsible advertising. I think this is a very important reaction on these developments, on regulatory developments, because the industry, the serious ones, they certainly want to protect their players as well. And insofar, I would like to ask you just to give us an overview about what this conduct means for the industry and for the better of these developments.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jörg, and thanks to the Cyprus Betting Authority for organizing this online event this year. I'm very happy to be to this panel. As you said, and as Andy said earlier, this is not just an issue of avoiding one or two furthermore restrictions on advertising or more banning laws. This is about showing leadership and taking responsibility. This is exactly the reason why in EGBA we have developed the first pan-European set of rules for responsible advertising for online gambling. It is an initiative that we have been working on for more than 2 years. It is a code that is published in April this year, and it contains a very comprehensive set of self-regulatory rules in order to keep advertising sustainable and responsible. Just to give you an overview of the scope, the code is designed to be applied in Europe and the UK. It is aimed in all gambling companies, but also in the affiliates and partnerships of gambling operators. In terms of content, it has a very big focus on content moderation. So a lot of rules talk about how the gambling ad should or should not look like. There is a dedicated chapter on minors and rules on how to avoid minors seeing ads on television, for example, or rules on how an ad should not depict any cartoons or images that appeal to minors. There is also this is something that we are actually kind of proud of, because it's the first time that we have included rules dedicated for social media. So the code foresees the use of technology to age gate the social media pages of gambling operators online, but also the use of technology to age screen on social media to make sure that minors do not access ads on social media. There is a chapter on sponsorship, again focusing a lot of the protection of minors. And there is also the possibility of joint responsible gambling campaigns, the organization of these campaigns. Now, we wanted to take a step further and not just draft a code of conduct, but we wanted to make sure that the code will be monitored and enforced. So we have partnered with the European Advertising Standard Alliance. Actually, the UK Advertising Authorities is a member of EASA. And we conducted a gap analysis exercise which showed the impact of this European code to 15 national markets. We were very glad to see that in many cases the code went even a step further instead of in terms of strictness. So in many markets, these rules would be even stricter than the applicable national legislation at the moment. And we were very happy to see the innovative existence of social media rules. EASA gave us also good feedback. The SROs gave us a very good feedback on the potential of the code in the future and how this can be implemented in a national system, self-regulatory system. And based on these results, we are now taking the next step to join forces in order to conduct an effective monitoring exercise that would allow us to check compliance and be sure that all gambling companies who are signed to the code comply with its measures.
Thank you, Andy. If you listen to the industry, the suggestion of code of conducts, probably you know about the details. Is that the way governments could take into consideration when drafting new regulation of advertising for gaming? Will they look into it? Will they ignore it? And if so, what could you suggest would be the best platform for conducting this sort of dialogue?
I think that the European Code of Conduct is a very good example of how the ads can be regulated so that they remain sustainable and responsible. The point here is not just to ban advertising, but to give to the industry the possibility to show responsibility and present something that can be effective for the consumer as well. This is the only way that the consumer can be channeled to the regulated offer. So instead of, just acknowledging or taking advantage of this importance of advertising for online gambling, I think we should take the step further and show the example of how advertising can be regulated in the future, so that there is a win-win situation for regulators and consumers.
I think in times when restrictions on gambling advertising are more and more discussed, we should not forget how important advertising is also in a very positive sense, and discuss probably what value advertising has. Andy, if you now look at this code of conduct approach, I mean, it's very important to inform the public about the black and the white in the markets, about the protective offers, and be transparent, of course, to channel traffic. In the UK, channeling traffic, maybe it's not that big discussion. I'm from Germany, so here we have the beginning of a regulation now, which applies to the online casino industry as well as kind of traditional regime. So really be interested in channeling traffic from the unregulated market to the regulated market. So someone has to send the message. In how far would you think code of conducts will be sufficient for regulation to be considered, or is it not enough? What do you think needs to be implemented? That's a question for Andy, if you'd be so kind to give me your thoughts.
It's a very good one. I think the UK example is of reviewing the past decade or so, the UK example, obviously, we talked about liberalisation, we talked about it being permissive. The UK framework is one that basically focuses on restricting behaviour which is problematic in terms of marketing, and then creates a space in which advertisers can do not as they please, but it's a significant place for innovation in marketing, promotional techniques, using, for instance, new online targeting methods to communicate with people. And it's not surprising that that's seen a bit of an arms race. Lots of advertising, which we hear critics talking about it being aggressive or being ubiquitous all over the place. Gambling advertising is everywhere. You also see other practices, not ones that we directly regulate, but things like the proliferation of gambling logos on sports teams' shirts, sponsorship arrangements. Obviously, kids buy the shirt; they have the gambling logo. Now, I know there are voluntary measures in place to deal with that example, but effectively, the UK example shows how our regulatory system, which is one based around stopping the bad things, but giving the freedom to innovate, to expand, to compete aggressively, has created an environment where we have seen gambling advertising sort of touch on that societal level of concern. Gambling advertising has sort of pushed a lot of buttons in society, which have resulted in this rising level of public and press and political concern. So I think it's obviously not one for us as the regulator to look at, but I think it's an introspection point for the industry. If you create a space for this type of aggressive marketing and so forth, then very competitive marketing, lots of techniques, lots of sort of bells and whistles on it, you create this potential for pushing those buttons. And I think that's why it is important, it's purely a personal observation, that you have both the mandatory regulation, the law, codes such as ours, but at the same time an initiatives within industry to try to tone down some of the biggest excesses of that sort of that freedom, that competitive space to market and to put across products. Obviously, ultimately, advertising is not the ultimate bad guy here, and advertising is very important. It means that the UK's grey and black market is not really there. There is a fiercely competitive, regulated space, which is positive. But at the same time, that looking back and being retrospective about this, you could make a pretty good argument to say that the sort of the space, the freedom, the advertisers got the sort of the freedom of the highway and off they went. And there's a pretty good argument to say that they went a bit too fast.
Right. Vasily, would you share the view from the perspective of your members? The industry overgone in the past and did too much? Or what would you say, what was the reason for providing that code of conduct? Something must have happened, and probably you speak about the development and perspectives in the future.
Sure. So I couldn't agree with Andy more, actually. I think it was the lack of coordination and lack of a coordinated step for a responsibility that leads us to where we are now, in combination with this bad reputation that the sector has, and nobody can disagree with it. But as I said in the beginning, I think that the main point now is to see how we can take this challenge and turn it into an opportunity. I don't think that the industry should focus anymore on how much a ban would cost or how much, financial costs are related to restrictions and bans. I think instead there should be an investment for going forward and take the lead to show responsibility. And advertising is a great example. I actually want to refer also to what was discussed in the beginning of this event today on standardization, because there is a current initiative on standardization for online gambling in a European level, and there is a chance to go further and take another working item to be standardized. That can be on responsible gambling, for example. So I think that what I want to say is that the opportunities are out there. We just have to be unified, take them, and be responsible and take the lead. And this is why I think I would like to use this opportunity to call on online gambling operators to join forces with HBA and join this code of conduct and be monitored and be compliant, not just, again, to avoid further restrictions, but to take a chance to show responsibility and, let's say, make the image of this sector way better. And in terms of effectiveness of self-regulation, I think that we have more examples of other sectors, how they use self-regulation to move on and how effective it has proved to be. If we don't want to be compared anymore to tobacco, because we are an entertainment industry. We don't sell cigarettes, we sell entertainment. So if we don't want to be compared to tobacco, I think it's time to act and take the responsibility and move forward for sustainable and self-regulated advertising.
I want to touch on something you said earlier. You were mentioning bans, online marketing bans in some jurisdiction. I mean, Italy comes into my mind as a very massive restriction of advertising for games of chance. These discussions are in more and more jurisdictions across Europe. Imagine there's a ban for gambling advertising and gambling marketing. Means you're not allowed, like tobacco advertising, you're not allowed to tell a word about your product. What would be the consequence? Would it be something which could be appreciated also from the regulator side? Or what are your experience or your members' experience in Italy, and what would you take home to deliver as a message to others?
I think first and foremost, I think first and foremost, the biggest challenge would be channeling, of course. Of course, it's the legitimate right of every company to advertise, but for gambling in particular, there is an extra advantage when it comes to channel the consumer to the regulated offer. So I think this is the biggest consequence of an advertising ban, and we were actually monitoring the situation during the pandemic and the lockdown, and we have seen results showing that people staying home and people being more exposed to advertising does not necessarily mean that people will gamble more. Instead, we have seen, changing the rules and restricting gambling products or gambling advertising, resulting in less channeling. So I think there is a need to conduct more research, actually, and give a very concrete answer to say, look, first of all, there is no link with advertising and addiction, and second, there is a link proved by the Court of Justice between advertising and channeling. And my final point when it comes to consequences, I think it's something I also mentioned earlier, but I would like to say it again. It's not only about costs, it's about contributing more and more to a bad image and lack of leadership.
Right. I think that's a wonderful final statement. And if you have anything to add to this from your perspective, then we will return the panel in a second.
Not really. I think we'll probably be back this time next year, hopefully in Cyprus and in person, to discuss what has happened, because it could be very interesting in the UK. Thank you.
I hope so. I hope so too. Thank you very much for your excellent contributions. I'm happy to return the panel now. The next panelists are waiting. So bye-bye and thank you very much.
One of the conclusions, I think, of all of today's sessions is that everybody wants to come to Cyprus next year. So thank you. Thank you very much. We will take a short break, just enough, as I said before, to stretch our legs and grab something to drink, and be back in 5 minutes where we continue with our next topic, which are emotions and their regulation in gambling. It's a speech presented by Dr. Ioanna. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game. Κάθε μέρα κάνουμε μικρές κινήσεις για να προστατεύσουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τους αγαπημένους μας από τυχόν κινδύνους. Οδηγούμε, σερφάρουμε στο διαδίκτυο και δουλεύουμε με ασφάλεια. Έτσι συμμετέχουμε στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με ασφάλεια. Τώρα έχεις την ευκαιρία να μάθεις τι είναι το ασφαλές παιχνίδι για να βοηθήσεις εσένα και τους γύρω σου. Εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 5 με 11 Οκτωβρίου. Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Let's keep it a game.
Right, we're back, and our next topic is, as I said before, emotions and their regulation in gambling, presented by Dr. Georgia Panayiotou, Professor of Clinical Psychology, Department of Psychology at the University of Cyprus. Dr. Panayiotou. Good morning, good afternoon, rather. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Right. We are ready to go live with your presentation. As I said before, it's emotions and their regulation in gambling. We are all ears.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present some of our initial findings from the URGAME-C project conducted by the University of Cyprus and funded by the National Betting Authority, whom we thank for their support. So I won't go into much detail about gambling disorder. We all know that it's now listed in the DSM-5 as a non-substance addiction. I just want to note that one of the diagnostic criteria now is that some people gamble to manage their distress. And this might provide one avenue for distinguishing pathological gamblers who might use gambling to regulate their emotions. So it has been identified in the recent literature that indeed pathological gamblers or compulsive gamblers report that they do gamble to manage their emotions. And that's pretty distinct from social gamblers who use other methods to manage how they feel. In most models of pathological gambling, using gambling to regulate emotions is explicitly noted. So for example, in the grounded theory model, it's suggested that we might gamble to feel better, to enhance our emotions, to feel a sense of achievement, to escape from negative experiences, or generally to manage affect. In other more recent models of pathological gambling, it is suggested that it might be controlled by heterogeneous pathways. For example, some gamblers might engage in this behavior for positive reinforcement, so to achieve positive emotions and consequences. And these tend to be the more impulsive gamblers with more antisocial characteristics and more externalizing psychopathology. Another group of gamblers might engage in this behavior more for negative reinforcement, so as to escape or avoid negative experiences or negative emotions. And these individuals tend to be more emotionally vulnerable and are characterized by more internalizing pathology. However, we know that these paths, both in gambling and in many other disorders, are not distinct. They're not separate. So oftentimes they overlap, and we have comorbidities also between internalizing and externalizing pathologies. Another recent model, the gambling space model, suggests that maybe we can look at these mechanisms in gambling as dimensions that interact with one another. So positive and negative reinforcement might be separate dimensions, impulsivity might be another one, and these distorted cognitions or beliefs that gamblers tend to have might be a different dimension, and these might interact in a gambling space where we might see different subgroups of gamblers characterized by different sets or combinations of these mechanisms. So what is emotion regulation then? It's a normal human activity that we all engage in, and it's the effort that is either traumatic or conscious and occurring at various stages of an emotional event, either before, during, or after, to alter one's emotions, their nature, intensity, or expression. As we have seen in all of these models, there's a functional role of emotion regulation in gambling behavior, especially among problem gamblers. And it's also a criterion in the DSM-5. For gamblers, use of emotion regulation might involve the expectancy of obtaining positive affective states or alleviating negative affective states using gambling. And it's a path we also find to characterize many other kinds of addictions. Gambling for coping or escape, combined with not having any other better emotion regulation strategies, seems to explain a significant amount of variance in gambling severity. According to some of the recent studies, it might explain up to 50% of variance, which means that it might be an important mechanism that we need to study further. And emotion regulation deficits for managing both negative and positive emotions might interact with characteristics of impulsivity, what have been called in the literature positive and negative urgency, to predict the severity of gambling. It has indeed been found in the recent literature that heavy or problem gamblers tend to use what are considered maladaptive emotion regulation strategies, like many forms of avoidance or non-acceptance of their emotions, in comparison to typical population or low and social gamblers who use more adaptive emotion regulation strategies like planning, active coping, reappraisal of the situation, and they also have access to a wider range of emotion regulation strategies. So not only does emotion regulation predict severity of gambling directly, but it also seems to explain the association between severe gambling and several other variables. For example, socials like having experienced a lot of distress in childhood, or pathological traits like anxiety and depression that also predict gambling. So it might be a mechanism that explains the association of many variables to gambling severity. It also might be the reason that psychological treatments help with gambling, in the sense that gamblers' emotion regulation strategies might improve as a consequence of treatment. Also, the distorted cognitions or abnormal cognitions that we see in gamblers, like they feel that they can control the outcome of gambling or that they have an increased probability of winning, might also serve emotion regulation purposes. So they might have these cognitions as a way to alleviate distress. So let me just present some very initial findings from the URGAME-C project. We're just sort of halfway through the project. We haven't finished completing the study or analyzing the data. We're also a bit diverted by the pandemic ourselves. But the motivation for this study was to further study the role of emotion regulation in gambling, to examine different potential motivational paths to gambling, and identify specific types of emotion regulation that could be addressed through psychological treatments. Ultimately, we would like to design, apply, and evaluate a preventive group intervention for gamblers who are at risk for gambling disorder based on the advancement of their emotion regulation skills. We're conducting several smaller scale studies as part of this larger project, and we started with a screening phase, which was a telephone survey with a small interview using random number dialing. And the purpose of this was to identify people who gamble over 30 euros a month based on their self-report, in order to invite them to later phases of the study. We reached about 26,000 numbers, and we ended up with about 2,000 participants. I'm only going to present just one slide on this first study. We were able to identify a subgroup of individuals who reported gambling more than once a week, And they are characterized more by characteristics of problematic gamblers, like that they cannot control their gambling, they spend more money than intended, and so forth. What seemed to be characteristic of this group in the gray line is that they reported that they gamble more for entertainment compared to the more social or lower risk gamblers. In our second study, which was an online survey promoted in social media, we wanted to more explicitly study emotion regulation. So we included questionnaires on emotion regulation, gambling severity, gambling motives, motivation style of the gambler, and so forth. And we wanted to reach gamblers who spend at least 25 euros per month as per their self-report. I won't go into their demographics due to lack of time. Just some of the initial findings, though. We found that more severe gambling was strongly predicted by reporting that they gambled with the motivation to cope with stress and their emotions. So this was a very significant predictor. And the second predictor in terms of gambling motives was gambling for money. But gambling to cope was much stronger predictor. As expected, we also found that the more severe the gambling, the more abnormal or maladaptive emotion regulation strategies were reported, and fewer adaptive emotion regulation strategies. In terms of general motivation, we found that sensitivity to reward, so reward motivation, was the only significant predictor of gambling severity. However, we know that reward and punishment motivation are not completely distinct. Some individuals have high levels of both kinds of motivation. And so we went a step further and divided our gamblers according to their severity level and then compared them on their motivation. If we look at the red bars, these are the high-risk gamblers who are at high risk for gambling disorder. And we found that this group are highest in their sensitivity both to reward and to punishment. So they combine both kinds of strong drives for both achieving rewards and avoiding negative consequences. Then we went on and divided the group according to their different kinds of sensitivity to reward or punishment. And we found again this group in the red bars who are high on both kinds of motivation. These are the people who are also highest in gambling severity. And we found that these are the people who also report to the highest level motivation to use gambling for coping purposes. Also, this is the group that tends to report the most maladaptive emotion regulation strategies. So to summarize these findings, although gamblers, especially problem gamblers, may report on first questioning that they use gambling for entertainment, when they're probed more, they seem to also know that they gamble to cope with problems. They may do this because they have few adaptive emotion regulation strategies to rely on, as found previously in other studies, and also as found in relation to other addictions. They tend to use maladaptive emotion regulation strategies more and adaptive ones less. Most at-risk individuals may be the ones who are high in both reward and avoidance motivation. And this might be related to findings that these individuals are high on both negative and positive urgency, and so they may impulsively engage in gambling to regulate their intense drive of both types. So based on these findings, we hope to build an intervention program targeting specifically these risk factors and to reduce the likelihood of social gamblers from becoming more pathological gamblers using emotion regulation strategies. So in terms of our future directions, we have several other steps in the URGAME-C project to complete, including a field study at betting shops. However, we also are ready to begin our intervention study, which is going to be an intervention for medium and high-risk gamblers using a group format, and is specifically focused on developing emotion regulation skills. We are going to draw from the empirical findings regarding emotion regulation techniques and interventions. And we have also data from previous studies in our laboratory where we used a similar program that we call Traveling Myself, where we used it for at-risk adolescents for developing other kinds of addictions. And we found it to be quite successful. So I'm going to stop here, just acknowledge the help of my research associates in the lab, and also thank the National Betting Authority for their support with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Right, we are on to our next topic now, gambling disorder and domestic violence. A growing body of research shows a high correlation between domestic violence and gambling disorder. Domestic abuse may actually lead to gambling addiction and vice versa. Let me now welcome Dr. Andri Andronikou, Scientific Director, Association for the Prevention and Handling of Family Violence. Dr. Andronikou. Please could you unmute your microphone so we are able to listen to you? Let me just remind everybody that if you do have any questions, you can ask questions anonymously to the speakers throughout the event. You can do so by typing in your question in the Q&A window before clicking submit. A reminder that we are now in our next presentation by Dr. Andri Andronikou, Gambling Disorder and Domestic Violence. As I mentioned before, a growing body of research shows a high correlation between domestic violence and gambling disorder. Domestic abuse may actually lead to a gambling addiction and vice versa. Is Dr. Andronikou online?
Καλό μεσημέρι.
Καλό μεσημέρι. Good afternoon.
Μέλανη, χαίρομαι που είσαι κοντά μας. Η παρουσίαση επικεντρώνεται ουσιαστικά στη διαταραχή των τυχερών παιχνιδιών σε συνάρτηση με την ενδοοικογενειακή βία, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη ότι η ενδοοικογενειακή βία αφορά κυρίως γυναίκες και παιδιά, κατά 85%. Θεωρώ σημαντικό να αναφέρω αρχικά ότι τα θέματα φύλου σε σχέση με το στοιχηματισμό ξεκίνησαν να διερευνούνται περίπου το 1980 με άντρες ερευνητές, οι οποίοι επικεντρώθηκαν κυρίως στο γεγονός ότι οι γυναίκες στοιχηματίζουν ως αποτέλεσμα μιας εκτροπής, ότι δεν έχουν επαρκείς γνώσεις για τις πιθανότητες νίκης, αλλά και το ότι παρουσιάζουν περιορισμένες δεξιότητες. Μόλις το 2004 στην έρευνα μπαίνουν και οι γυναίκες ερευνήτριες, κυρίως στην Αυστραλία αλλά και στην Αμερική, οι οποίες εντοπίζουν κάποιες σημαντικές διαφοροποιήσεις και θέτουν το φύλο ως πρωταρχικό παράγοντα στη διερεύνηση. Αυτό λοιπόν που διαπιστώνουν μέσα από τις έρευνες τους είναι ότι παρουσιάζεται μία διαφορά ως προς το είδος των παιχνιδιών που επιλέγουν τόσο οι άντρες όσο και οι γυναίκες. Οι άντρες φαίνεται κυρίως να στοιχηματίζουν σε πόκερ, σε blackjack ή ακόμα και σε βίντεο πόκερ, ενώ για τις γυναίκες φαίνεται ότι παρουσιάζονται να στοιχηματίζουν κυρίως σε κουλοχέριδες, λαχεία, κίνο, πίνγκο κλπ. Ακόμη οι προσδοκίες φαίνεται ότι διαφοροποιούνται εφόσον οι άντρες κυρίως στοιχηματίζουν για να επιδείξουν τη δύναμη, το κύρος αλλά και τις ικανότητες τους, ενώ οι γυναίκες κυρίως για να διασκεδάσουν. Στο επίκεντρο φυσικά φαίνεται να είναι και η διαφορά στο γεγονός ότι οι άντρες κυρίως στοιχηματίζουν μόνοι, ενώ οι γυναίκες με παρέες. Επίσης, κύριο χαρακτηριστικό είναι η διαφορετικότητα στην αντίδρασή τους όταν υπάρχει απώλεια χρημάτων. Οι άντρες κυρίως παρουσιάζουν θυμόν, επιθετικότητα, μπορεί να έχουμε κάποιες περιπτώσεις όπου υπάρχουν και ξεσπάσματα τόσο σε προσωπικών που εργάζεται σε χώρους τους οποίους λαμβάνει η χώρα έναν τυχερό παιχνίδι ή ακόμα και σε αντικείμενα τα οποία μπορεί να βρίσκονται εκεί, ενώ οι γυναίκες κυρίως αντιδρούν μέσα από θλίψη, κλάμα, στεναχώρια ή ακόμα και κατάθλιψη. Ακόμη τα μέσα τα οποία χρησιμοποιούν για να αποκτήσουν χρήματα και να μπορέσουν να στοιχηματίσουν, φαίνεται ότι διαφοροποιείται ακόμη. Στους άντρες κυρίως είναι μέσα από το δανεισμό ή ακόμα και μέσα από παράνομες δραστηριότητες, ενώ οι γυναίκες κυρίως επικεντρώνονται στο οικείο τους περιβάλλον ή ακόμα και σε δανεισμό μέσα από τις τράπεζες. Αυτό που είναι επίσης σημαντικό να πούμε είναι ότι οι άντρες παρουσιάζουν 2 φορές μεγαλύτερες πιθανότητες να εμφανίσουν προβλήματα εξάρτησης ή προβληματικού στοιχηματισμού σε σχέση με τις γυναίκες, ενώ φαίνεται ότι αναζητούν κυρίως βοήθεια από γραμμές βοήθειας οι άντρες σε σχέση με τις γυναίκες. Ωστόσο, η αιτιολογία του στοιχήματος μέσα από τις τελευταίες έρευνες που αφορούν το φύλο φαίνονται επίσης να διαφοροποιούνται, εφόσον οι άντρες φαίνεται ότι κυρίως ο λόγος για τον οποίο στοιχηματίζουν έχει να κάνει με την επίδειξη των ικανοτήτων τους, του κύρους αλλά και της δύναμης, ενώ για τις γυναίκες λειτουργεί ως ψυχοφάρμακο, θα έλεγα, ως ανακούφιση από κάποιον πόνο, έναν τραύμα, από κάποιον άγχος ή ακόμα και από την κατάθλιψη και από περιόδους μοναξιάς. Αυτόν που συνδέει ουσιαστικά τη βία στην οικογένεια με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια επικεντρώνεται κυρίως στις επιπτώσεις που έχει ο προβληματικός στοιχηματισμός ή η εξάρτηση στο πλαίσιο της οικογένειας, που έχουν καταδειχθεί μέσα από πάρα πολλές έρευνες οι δραματικές επιπτώσεις που έχει όταν πλέον το άτομο καταφύγει στον προβληματικό στοιχηματισμό ή ακόμα και την εξάρτηση. Μέσα λοιπόν σε αυτά περιλαμβάνεται και η οικογενειακή βία, η οποία περιέχει επίσης και πάρα πολλά στοιχεία της παραμέλησης αλλά και της κακομεταχείρισης των παιδιών. Η εξάρτηση λοιπόν από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια μπορεί να δημιουργεί τόσο δράστες όσο και θύματα. Έχει διερευνηθεί η συσχέτιση αυτή στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, στην Αμερική, στην Αυστραλία και στην Ασία. Κυρίως σε αυτές τις χώρες φαίνεται ότι έχουν γίνει ενδελεχείς έρευνες οι οποίες μας δίνουν κάποια πολύ σημαντικά στοιχεία. Ωστόσο, αυτό που είναι σημαντικό να διαχωρίσουμε είναι ότι η εξάρτηση από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια ή ο προβληματικός στοιχηματισμός δεν οδηγεί στη βία στην οικογένεια, αλλά αυξάνει την πιθανότητα για την ανάπτυξη της συχνότητας αλλά και της επικινδυνότητας της βίας στην οικογένεια, εφόσον η βία στην οικογένεια αποτελεί μια συμπεριφορά η οποία προέρχεται μέσα από την πατριαρχική δομή της κοινωνίας. Ωστόσο, όπως διαφαίνεται από τα παγκόσμια δεδομένα, 22% φαίνεται να υπάρχει αυτή η συσχέτιση της ενδοοικογενειακής βίας με την εξάρτηση από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Σε ένα πολύ μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό βλέπουμε ότι σε αυτό συνυπάρχουν και άλλες μορφές εξάρτησης από νόμιμες αλλά και από παράνομες ουσίες, καθώς και θέματα ψυχικής υγείας. Σε ό,τι αφορά τα στοιχεία του Συνδέσμου Πρόληψης και Αντιμετώπισης της Βίας στην Οικογένεια, αυτή η συνύπαρξη φαίνεται ότι κυμαίνεται περίπου από 1 μέχρι και 2,7%. Τα θύματα αναφέρουν κυρίως 1% για τον δράστη ότι εμπλέκεται με τυχερά παιχνίδια, ενώ οι ίδιοι οι δράστες αναφέρουν περίπου έναν 2,15% μέσος όρος. Επομένως, οι δράστες αναφέρουν περισσότερο από τις γυναίκες την εμπλοκή τους στα τυχερά παιχνίδια, και αυτό ίσως να οφείλεται στο γεγονός ότι υπάρχει και μια μυστικότητα γύρω από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, η οποία μπορεί να μην είναι εις γνώση των γυναικών. Ωστόσο, οι έρευνες καταδεικνύουν ότι όταν υπάρχει εξάρτηση ή προβληματικός στοιχηματισμός από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, αυξάνεται και η συχνότητα της σοβαρότητας της βίας. Τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, ωστόσο, μπορούν να αποτελέσουν μία διαφυγή από τη βία στην οικογένεια ή ακόμα και την αφορμή. Η συσχέτιση αυτή είναι πάρα πολύ περίπλοκη. Δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι απλό και μπορούμε να το τοποθετούμε με απλές συντεταγμένες. Κάποιες φορές η ενδοοικογενειακή βία προηγείται από κάποιον παιχνίδι, ενώ κάποιες φορές συμβαίνει μετά από κάποια απώλεια και κάποιες άλλες φορές τα τυχερά παιχνίδια αποτελούν ένα μηχανισμό αντιμετώπισης της βίας στην οικογένεια. Ωστόσο, άτομα τα οποία παρουσίασαν πρόβλημα στα τυχερά παιχνίδια ανέφεραν σε ένα σημαντικό ποσοστό ότι ήταν τα ίδια θύματα ενδοοικογενειακής βίας ως παιδιά, ή ακόμη και ότι ήταν οι ίδιοι δράστες ενδοοικογενειακής βίας απέναντι στα παιδιά και στις συζύγους ή συντρόφους τους. Επίσης, το μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό φαίνεται ότι παραδέχεται ότι άσκησε σωματική βία στα παιδιά τους. Από την άλλη πλευρά, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να αντιληφθούμε ότι τόσο η ψυχολογική, η σωματική αλλά και η σεξουαλική μορφή βίας μπορεί να εμφανιστούν στο πλαίσιο της οικογένειας και ακόμα όταν αυτόν συνδέεται και με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια ως αφορμή για την κακοποίηση κυρίως των συντρόφων αλλά και των παιδιών. Η κυριότερη όμως μορφή και η πρώτη μορφή που εμφανίζεται είναι η οικονομική βία. Οι καταναγκαστικές αλλά και ελεγχόμενες συμπεριφορές των δραστών για να ανακτήσουν χρήματα μέσα από τον οικονομικό έλεγχο των γυναικών, μέσα από την κατάχρηση πολλές φορές της περιουσίας για να αποσπάσουν χρήματα και να μπορέσουν να στοιχηματίζουν και ως αποτέλεσμα αυτών απώλεια της περιουσίας. Ωστόσο, όπως διαφαίνεται, πάρα πολλές από αυτές τις μορφές συνυπάρχουν. Η απώλεια του ελέγχου και ο θυμός που προκαλεί ουσιαστικά το να χάσει ένα άτομο ένα αρκετά σημαντικό ποσό ενεργοποιεί την αφορμή της βίας. Οι δράστες συνήθως γίνονται ανήσυχοι, ευερέθιστοι αλλά και βίαιοι. Είτε αυτό οφείλεται στο ότι δεν μπορούν να παίξουν άλλον, λόγω της αντιμετώπισης που έχουν από τα οικεία τους πρόσωπα, των αποτυχιών που έχουν στο να σταματήσουν την συμπεριφορά την εξαρτητική, αλλά και την αδυναμία στο να ελέγξουν αυτήν την παρόρμησή τους. Είναι επίσης πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να μπορέσουμε να δούμε τη συσχέτιση που υπάρχει στον κύκλο της κακοποίησης, στον κύκλο δηλαδή της βίας, μαζί με τον κύκλο της εξάρτησης από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Βλέπουμε ότι αρχικά υπάρχει η νίκη, όπου δηλαδή και ο δράστης στην ενδοοικογενειακή βία θεωρεί ότι έχει κερδίσει τη σύζυγο και ότι μπορεί να την ελέγχει. Ακολουθεί η απώλεια, όπου η γυναίκα ξεκινά να χάνει πάρα πολύ σημαντικά πράγματα από την προσωπικότητα, από τη ζωή της. Η απελπισία στην οποία μπαίνει, στην οποία οδηγείται επίσης και το άτομο το οποίο παρουσιάζει εξάρτηση από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Η αβοηθησία που αισθάνεται ότι δεν μπορεί κάποιος να την βοηθήσει, αλλά και η ανάκαμψη η οποία μπορεί να έρχεται μέσα από την αναζήτηση βοήθειας. Υπάρχουν λοιπόν αυτά τα κοινά χαρακτηριστικά των τυχερών παιδιών με την ενδοοικογενειακή βία, όπου ο δράστης κυρίως της ενδοοικογενειακής βίας παρουσιάζει αυτά τα κοινά χαρακτηριστικά, το ότι κινείται με μυστικότητα, αρνείται την ευθύνη του, ελαχιστοποιεί τις επιπτώσεις και όλο αυτό επιδρά στο σύστημα της οικογένειας μέσα από τον έλεγχο που ασκεί αλλά και την ελαχιστοποίηση της σοβαρότητας. Ωστόσο, αφού οι γυναίκες παίζουν για να αντιμετωπίσουν το παρελθόν ή το τρέχον τραύμα τους, τα τυχερά παιχνίδια για τις ίδιες αποτελούν μια συναισθηματική απόδραση, αλλά και ως μια φυσική απόδραση από ένα βίαιο περιβάλλον. Το ερώτημα λοιπόν, τι κοινό θα μπορούσε να είχε, για παράδειγμα, ένα καζίνο με έναν καταφύγιο για κακοποιημένες γυναίκες, είναι πάρα πολύ απλό. Και τα δύο λειτουργούν σε 24ωρη βάση, παρέχουν ασφάλεια και προστασία, συνυπάρχουν και άλλα άτομα, υπάρχουν κανόνες εξειδικευμένων προσωπικών, κυρίως στο φύλο των ατόμων που εργάζεται, κυρίως στα τυχερά παιχνίδια είναι ανδροκρατούμενα, ενώ στα καταφύγια είναι γυναικοκρατούμενα. Αποτελούν χώρους εκπαίδευσης αλλά και χώρους διαφυγής. Μια γυναίκα δηλαδή μπορεί να καταφεύγει σε έναν καζίνο για να αναζητήσει προστασία. Ωστόσο, ολοκληρώνοντας, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να πούμε ότι στην Κύπρο δεν υπάρχουν σχετικές έρευνες που έχουν να κάνουν με τις αντιλήψεις, τις πεποιθήσεις αλλά και την κουλτούρα γύρω από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, αλλά υπάρχει επίσης και έναν κενό στην αναζήτηση βοήθειας από τα θύματα βίας, εφόσον οι αριθμοί αυτοί παραμένουν μυστικοί, όπως επίσης και το πρόβλημα με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Χρειάζεται λοιπόν να αναπτυχθούν δομές υποστήριξης για εξάρτηση από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, αλλά και να συμπεριλαμβάνεται ως μεταβλητή σε όλες τις δομές συμβουλευτικής και μη που εργάζονται με θύματα βίας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστούμε. Να είστε καλά. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την παρουσίασή σας. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to our next session, Youth Gambling, a review on the data and research on adolescent gambling. Gambling is a popular behavior among adolescents, which according to research have been reported to exhibit high rates of pathological gambling. This session will review adolescent gambling behavior and attitudes towards gambling, as well as predictors of problem gambling in youth. Let me welcome Mark Potenza, MD, PhD, Professor of Psychiatry, Neuroscience and Child Study at Yale University School of Medicine. Good afternoon from Cyprus.
Good afternoon to people in Cyprus. I regret that I can't be there in person, but glad that we have the opportunity to share information on this important topic. So today I'll be talking about data and research on youth and adolescent gambling. As with all of my talks, I have a listing of disclosures with respect to relationships with pharmaceutical, gambling, gaming, and legal entities. And I thought it would be important to think about adolescence as a developmental stage in which individuals often engage in youth behaviors. So going back decades, people have understood that substance use behaviors and disorders are particularly prevalent amongst adolescents. And the engagement in these behaviors may alter developmental trajectories, and thus identifying these behaviors and intervening early is important. Some of those data are represented graphically here, where one can see that first substance use and developing of substance use disorders often occurs in adolescence or young adulthood. And people have hypothesized that this may be due to developmental changes in brain structure and function. So for example, B.J. Casey and colleagues have proposed that subcortical brain regions that promote engagement in risky behaviors may develop or mature more rapidly than frontal cortical mechanisms involved in controlling such behaviors. So we think it's important to understand a broader spectrum of risk behaviors, including gambling and problematic gambling. And data suggests that adolescents have several-fold higher prevalence estimates of problematic gambling than do adults. And so some of those data go back several decades. So for example, in a meta-analysis that Howard Schaefer and his group did, looking at different age groups, adults, youth, college students, and adults in treatment. The adults in treatment have high rates of, particularly high rates of problem and what was in DSM-4 called pathological gambling. But one can see that youths, adolescents in particular, and college students have higher rates than is found in the general adult samples. Similarly, when one looks at past year prevalence estimates, one sees perhaps even higher rates amongst the youth, which in some ways suggests that getting longitudinal data might be the most accurate way of trying to understand the developmental trajectories of gambling and problematic gambling. So these risk behaviors tend to co-occur, as one can see from this postcard from about 100 years ago, where drinking, smoking, and gambling were engaged in by these two male youth. So we sought to try to understand the relationship between gambling and other risk behaviors, and we undertook a high school survey where we asked about gambling and other risk behaviors. And what we found was that when we looked at the proportions of high school students who engaged in gambling and exhibited features of problematic gambling, we observed the following. So most of the high school students, a majority, reported gambling, but did not report any diagnostic criteria for DSM-4 pathological gambling. When we looked at those youth who did acknowledge one or more features, about 20% of the sample acknowledged one or two features, and about 10% of the sample 3 or more. And of those, in the last group, about half acknowledged full criteria for DSM-4 pathological gambling. So this was about 5% of the sample overall, which is considerably higher than the past year prevalence estimates in adults and community samples. So we were also interested in relationships with risk behaviors. And so tobacco use was one. And if one looks at the far right-hand column where the problem pathological gambling group is in this forest green, we see an elevated odds of tobacco use amongst the individuals with problem or pathological gambling. And they were fourfold more likely or fourfold increased odds of having tobacco use associated with problem pathological gambling. However, if one looks at the left-hand part of the screen, we see a different pattern. So in the regular smokers, those who use tobacco on a daily basis, the increased odds was largely with the problem pathological group. But having tried cigarettes was more of a stepwise fashion, suggesting that there may be differences with respect to initiation and developing problems with respect to both gambling and tobacco use. We saw a similar pattern with alcohol use, where on the far right, one sees that the heavy drinking was particularly associated with the problem pathological gambling, but initiation of alcohol drinking on the far left set of bars was, again, in a more stepwise fashion with respect to problem gambling severity. We also saw increased odds with other risk behaviors like lifetime marijuana use, as well as other substances such as designer drugs, ketamine, cocaine, gamma hydroxybutyrate, and other drugs. So here the odds were particularly high. What we saw with other risk behaviors, not necessarily linked to substance use, we also saw increased odds here of depression or dysphoria. And as we heard about relationships with violence, we also saw that a relationship between problem pathological gambling and carrying a weapon, as well as getting into serious physical fights. So these relationships between gambling and aggressive behaviors may begin or may already be evident amongst adolescents. However, we didn't see relationships with all negative health measures. So, for example, with body mass index, we did not see a relationship, even though we do see a relationship between problem gambling and obesity amongst adults. So it suggests that some developmental considerations with respect to associated risk behaviors or health conditions, we do need to view these from a developmental perspective. So in the current age, the internet has become a central part of many people's lives and has influenced how people engage in behaviors. And this is true with respect to gambling as well. And the internet gambling market over the past decade or so has approximately tripled. So we were interested in our high school survey to look at youth who gambled on the internet versus those who did not. And what we found was that adolescents who gambled on the internet were more likely to report features of problem gambling. There were stronger links between problem gambling features and poor academic performance and heavy alcohol use amongst the internet gambling group as compared to the non-internet gambling group. And importantly, the group who gambled on the internet, there was a weaker relationship with gambling with friends and features of problem gambling, suggesting that this may be a more isolative behavior. Across the sample, problem gambling was associated with substance use, depression, and measures of violence and aggression. Similarly, in the internet gambling group and non-internet gambling group. There have been several high-profile instances where either people who have been gaming frequently or gambling frequently have engaged in mass violence. So we're interested in understanding relationships between weapon carrying and problem gambling. And what we found was that weapon carrying was associated with more permissive gambling attitudes, perceived parental permissiveness towards gambling, more family concerns about gambling. So someone who had a gambling problem in the family, and risky, problematic gambling, as well as relatively weaker associations between risky and problematic gambling and gambling with other individuals, friends, family, or adult. And these findings suggest that there is a more socially isolative gambling pattern linked to weapon carrying. And so we believe that interventions that target youth who may be socially isolative may be helpful across multiple domains. We've also more recently looked at data to examine relationships between youth gambling and substance use, and found across a broad range of substances, including with opioids, a link between gambling and the substance use behaviors. We've also been interested in trying to translate this information into better policy practices. So we asked the high school students whether they had ever received as a gift lottery tickets. And about 50% of the sample reported having received lottery tickets as a gift. And those youth who had received lottery tickets as compared to those who did not had more permissive gambling attitudes, earlier ages of gambling onset, and a stronger link between problem gambling severity and early age of gambling onset. And so these findings suggest that it's important to target intervention strategies to limit youth exposure to gambling products like lottery tickets. And some of the promotional campaigns in the United States, for example, from the National Council on Problem Gambling, have intervened to try to limit youth exposure to lottery gambling products. So I'd like to wrap up and say that adolescents often engage in risk-taking behaviors, including gambling. These behaviors can alter developmental trajectories, and we need to understand these behaviors better in order to improve public health policy, prevention, and treatment approaches. So thank you all for your attention, and thanks to many people who've made this possible, as well as the funding agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potenza. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to our next session, Youth and Safer Gambling Practices. Research shows that early intervention and prevention strategies have proven to be a deterrent of future addiction amongst youth. Let me welcome Prodromos Alambridis. He is the chairman of the Youth Board of Cyprus for this presentation. Mr. Alambridis. Have we got Mr. Alambridis online? We're just waiting for the connection to be made. And I will remind you again that you can ask our speakers questions anonymously throughout the event. You can do so by typing in your question in the Q&A window before clicking submit. Mr. Alambridis, good afternoon. Could you please unmute your microphone so we can hear you? I still can't hear you. we'll just try and get that fixed. I think Mr. Alambridis should unmute his... Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you now. We can hear you.
Okay, so sorry for that. So
it's okay.
And I am the chairman of the board of directors of the Youth Board of Cyprus. Yeah. Okay. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address this conference, even though I'm sure we would all prefer to have this discussion in person here in Cyprus. So today I will be presenting a project that will be implemented in cooperation with the National Betting Authority and 3 different municipalities. The project is called Young Cities, and its overall goal is to empower young people to become actors of positive change. But before we look at the details of the project, I would like to walk you through the reasoning behind this project and how this ties with the goal of the Youth Board of Cyprus and the National Betting Authority. The European Union Youth Strategy for the period 2019 to 2027 focuses on 3 core areas of action: engage, connect, empower. At the same time, participation, empowerment, and development are amongst the most important goals set to be achieved through the National Youth Strategy in Cyprus for the period 2017 to 2022. The National Youth Strategy is a product of cross-section cooperation founded on the active and direct involvement of ministries, government authorities, youth organizations, but primarily young people themselves. Through this strategy, we can undertake coordinated efforts at the national level for a higher impact on youth. It is in this respect that the National Betting Authority and the Youth Board of Cyprus strive to identify ways to create synergies and collaborate to achieve the youth-related goals we described earlier. What we aim for is to provide youth with the tools and means they need to achieve these goals. This collaboration between the National Betting Authority and the Youth Board of Cyprus often translates to joint efforts to design and implement projects and programs that are addressed to young people, families, schools, or communities. Through those initiatives, we aim for young people's creative development, entertainment, and learning, the enhancement of their creativity and communication skills, as well as their personal development and well-being. At the same time, we want to empower them by providing opportunities for active involvement in their local community, aiming to restore the trust of youth to society and build a substantial connection and dialogue between local authorities and youth. All the actions, strategies, plans, projects, programs, or whatever we described earlier, place youth in the epicenter of our efforts. And this is because research has shown that early intervention and prevention strategies reduce the risk of future addiction. Empowering youth, young people, and offering them knowledge, skills, and the ability to think critically. Engaging them in interesting and creative activities where they will spend quality time in a protected and safe environment. Trusting them, believing in them. All these are early interventions in themselves. If planned and implemented correctly, they will go a long way in our effort to reduce the risk of pathological behavior in the future. Young Cities is one of the projects between the National Betting Authority and the Youth Board of Cyprus. The concept is to implement a project that will act preventively in the logic that we described earlier, while empowering young people to become actors of positive change in their local communities. It is an early intervention as it happens in the social, environmental, and cultural framework within which young people still develop. It focuses on the development of action competence of young people. And by action competence, we refer to an individual's capacity of critically selecting and conducting possible actions that may solve societal problems through democratic mechanisms. It applies a holistic approach, offering the tools and opportunities to develop something that will address a real need in the local community. This will be a participatory activity where the design and implementation will follow a democratic approach. So what are the aims of young cities? First of all, it's the creation of young cities through an innovative and highly participatory process which focuses on the creativity and dynamic of young people. Young people will have the opportunity to develop themselves and intervene in the community they belong to by bringing positive changes that will make their life as well as the lives of their fellow citizens better. In terms of prevention, the program may have a multiplying effect since it aims to improve the social framework within young people live, develop, and interact with each other. The overall focus of the program is the development of modern skills for young people, as well as the promotion of active citizenship. As mentioned earlier, the principles upon which this project has been founded are aligned with the principles laid out in the EU Youth Strategy and our National Youth Strategy in Cyprus. Empowerment, participation, cooperation, access, inclusion, documentation, all these are essential in providing youth with the means to achieve their goals and contribute towards minimizing the risks of future pathological behaviors. These principles are not just theoretical. Youth will be actively involved with numerous counterparts and will be introduced to ecosystems, organizations, bodies, and authorities at the local and national level that could otherwise seem inaccessible and distant. Young cities with academic institutions, civil society, but most importantly, youth itself. For this program, the think and do approach will be used. The idea behind this approach when addressing a matter is that interested parties are brought together, discuss and exchange ideas to identify an actionable solution, and then they do it. In the context of young cities, a platform will be created where young people will be invited to identify the challenges they face in their own cities. Then they will exchange ideas and propose solutions. Afterwards, they will be asked to act by implementing their ideas through synergies and close cooperation with the main stakeholders. Now, let's take a more detailed look. These are the steps that will be followed to implement this project. First, the groups of young people and essentially the think and do tanks will be created. Then these individuals will receive the appropriate training and coaching to build the knowledge and skills to be able to contribute in the whole process meaningfully. This group of young people will then identify a need in their city for which they want to take action. The specific need and the circumstances around it will be then analyzed in dedicated discussions and workshops. After that, specific and actionable ideas will be formulated to address the identified need. The ideas will be discussed with local authorities and other stakeholders in order to prioritize and prepare an action plan. Finally, the action plan will be implemented with the financial support of the National Betting Authority and the Youth Board of Cyprus. It is important to note that throughout this process, the groups of young people will be supported by a coach with experience in youth work and having as main task to facilitate the learning process. So that would be all from me. Thanks a lot for your attention. And I'm open for questions in case something you have something for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alamridis. Unfortunately, we have to move on with our next session as we are running out of time. Thank you. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Right. Our next session is Loot Boxes and Beyond, the Convergence of Video Games and Gambling by David Zendel, lecturer at the University of York. In this presentation, the speaker will give an overview of the contemporary research literature on links between video game loot boxes and gambling, before briefly describing a convergence of video games and gambling that goes far beyond loot boxes. Mr. Zendel, good afternoon from Cyprus.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. So I will just skip forward to my slides. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and it's a real pleasure to be talking about loot boxes, which is something that is very close to my heart. I was involved in quite a fair bit of the foundational research on loot boxes. So perhaps some of you are thinking, what is a loot box? So a good definition of loot boxes, so this is drawn from a paper that has an addiction, it was sort of used by various UK bodies, is that loot boxes are items in digital games that may be bought with real world money, but which contain randomized contents whose value is uncertain at the point of purchase. And to give a kind of worked example, so this is a crystal in the game Marvel Contest of Champions, and you hand over some money to purchase this crystal, but when you to open this crystal, when you hand over the money, you don't know what's in the crystal. Contest of Champions is this fighting game where you battle Marvel superheroes against each other. And when you're spending money to open this crystal, you don't know if it's got a rare, valuable hero in it, like sort of a 5-star Iron Man, or if it's got something rubbish and weak, like sort of 3-star hero, like Rogue from the X-Men. So I'll get to why people think these are similar to gambling in a little bit. But first of all, I'd just like to highlight how big a business loot boxes are. So loot boxes are enormously prevalent. They're in more than half of the top grossing mobile games on both iPhones and Androids. And they're in about a third of the most widely played Steam games. They're overwhelmingly available to children. More than 90% of the mobile games that we saw with loot boxes were rated 12 or above. And they're enormously profitable. So some estimates place loot box revenue is about 30 billion every year. We've just got a big data set, which we'll be releasing later on this week, of Chinese gamers who are opening loot boxes in a game called Counter-Strike. And just from that one territory of that one game, we see about £500,000 in revenue every day. Just from opening loot boxes. So it's hard to overstate how much money is being spent on them. And it's kind of been this way for a while, actually. So we did a historical analysis. By the way, if you have any questions about any of the data that supports any of these statements, please feel free to reach out. It's all this stuff is freely available. We did an analysis of loot box exposure year on year. And it turns out that, loot boxes have been in the majority of play sessions of desktop games since about 2015. They're enormously prevalent, enormously profitable. And this prevalence has led to some questions over what they might be doing to people. And these questions have focused around similarities between loot boxes and this, a slot machine. So many people have noted distinct structural similarities between loot boxes and gambling products. Both when you're opening a loot box and when you're using a gambling product, people argue, you are staking something of value on some sort of randomized process in the chance hope of receiving something of greater value in return for your stake. And that's true whether you're using a slot machine or whether you're using a loot box in Counter-Strike. So, these formal similarities have led to regulation of loot boxes in some parts of the world. In China, loot box openings are regulated as a kind of lottery, and data disclosure is required under specific Chinese lottery laws. In some European territories, some specific loot boxes are regulated as a form of gambling as well. However, other people argue a counterpoint. They say loot boxes don't look like that. They just look like this. Delightful Kinder chocolate. When you buy a Kinder Surprise, you don't know specifically what's inside it. you're handing over some cash and you're getting some toy in response. But we wouldn't call Kinder Surprises gambling. And what's the difference between loot boxes and Kinder Surprises? There's a great deal of debate in both in the academic literature and actually in the policy space over what to do with this dilemma. So a couple of years ago, I got interested in a corollary question, which isn't do they look more like gambling or like something else, but what are they doing to people? So if loot boxes really are a naive, innocent treat like a Kinder Surprise, there's stuff you shouldn't see happening with them. You shouldn't, for instance, see a relationship between loot boxes and gambling problems. So a big argument that is in the literature that many people have made is that loot boxes act as a kind of gateway. So there's this potential pathway where you are spending, having loads of fun spending money on something that looks just like a gambling product, and then you step out into the outside world and you see something that looks just like these loot boxes that you are highly aroused by in some way, in the form of a slot machine, and that spending transfers leading to the development of potentially gambling problems. And so I thought, okay, well, so if they really are dissimilar, if things are operating like that, you've got one set of results in the real world. But if they're not like that, you shouldn't see any link between loot box spending and gambling problems. And that led me to sort of quite a long line of research in which I tried to find out whether people who spent money on loot boxes tended to have gambling problems. And it turns out that they do. So this is a sort of quite a large-scale survey. We did it's about 7,000 people. And you've got this sort of march of the box plots where on the y-axis, we've got how much you're spending on loot boxes. On the x-axis, you've got your problem gambling classification. It turns out that the more severe your problem gambling classification, the more money you tend to spend on loot boxes. And we've replicated this a bunch of times. It's incredibly robust. It's been replicated across the world. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're doing research. If you measure these two things, you'll find out that loot box spending is linked to problem gambling. It works in adults, it works in children. So here's some adolescent gamers, and again, you see this march upwards. And in fact, some recent work we've been doing shows that sort of suggests that if you are a young gamer who spends money on loot boxes, you may be up to 10 times as likely to be a problem gambler than if you do not. Again, huge amounts of replication of this has occurred. And indeed, some of the motivations for buying loot boxes look similar to motivations for gambling. So I won't read these out because they're quite expletive, but they are real quotes from adolescents that we gathered data from. And about 60% of the sample that we gathered there said they were opening loot boxes for the sort of fun, excitement, gambling-like experience was sort of how many of them put it, of actually opening them. And indeed, now that we're gathering more, we've got this new data set of behavioural data. We start to see sort of behavioural similarities between gambling and loot boxes, whereby a large proportion of loot box profits come from a small percentage of heavily involved individuals. Indeed, you can. So far, all the literature has been very suggestive. So I got interested in the idea of what happens when you remove loot boxes from a game. So Blizzard had this game that rumor has it was not doing particularly well. So they decided to remove loot boxes from it, and they didn't sort of publicly announce this. It was sort of foreshadowed in some patch notes. And so we got a bunch of people, and we measured them before in terms of problem gambling and how much they're spending, and we measured them afterwards. Sort of a couple months down the line. It turns out there was no significant difference in spending amongst people who didn't have gambling problems, amongst people who are low risk, amongst people who are moderate risk. But problem gamblers just stopped spending when loot boxes were removed from this game, and there were only other sort of cosmetic options available for purchasing. So it does seem to be that there's this relationship of some sort between problem gambling and loot box spending, which I think is acting as a driver in lots of regulatory spaces. The key thing to address here is, does this mean that loot boxes are gambling? Does it mean that loot boxes act as a gateway to gambling? Well, it's hard to say. So all we've got here is a correlation. The more money you spend on loot boxes, the more severe your gambling problems tend to be. And it's unclear whether that's because loot box spending trains you to become a problem gambler, causes problem gambling as a gateway, or whether it's just whatever typifies a problem gambler, perhaps impulsivity, something like that, also typifies a heavy loot box spender. We need significant future work. We need huge amounts of data shared by industry. We need longitudinal work and experimental work to determine what the pathway really is here. But it's crucial that we do this now, because it turns out that's not the only way that video games and gambling are converging. So this is a real, what I call a real money video game. So this is an example of a bowling game. So you log into the game, you're playing 10-pin bowling against other people across the world. But the twist is, before every match, you can wager on whether you'll win. So are you going to wager $5? They're also going to have to wager the same amount. And then you'll take the majority of the pot, and the person running, the company running the video game, will take the rest. So this is one convergence. It's kind of a video game, but it's kind of gambling as well. Similarly, social casinos. So here's a man spending really quite vast amounts of money on what looks exactly like a slot machine. But the kicker is that he can never get that money out of the game, and therefore it can't be classified under most regulation across the world as a gambling product. It's technically a video game, even though you're spending real money for credits to gamble on. And it turns out that all of these things are linked to problem gambling. The same, and sometimes stronger than loot boxes are. Social casino play, real money video gaming, and various other practices I haven't even covered here. So that is the landscape. Loot boxes are a convergence of video game and gambling. Loot box spending is linked to problem gambling, but the causality isn't clear. And there's a bunch of other things which might be just important. So thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
David, thank you very much for your presentation. Hopefully next year we won't be doing this online, but with everybody physically present in Cyprus. I think that was one of the conclusions actually from today's presentations. Everybody wished that they were physically in Cyprus. Hopefully next year we will be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you for having me, albeit remotely.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for a very interesting conference on gambling, on safer gambling. This was the third Safer Gambling Conference, which marked the beginning basically of the Safe Gambling Week. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye from me too.